Good morning and a warm welcome to all of you at the iconic and prestigious 16th Pharma Leaders Healthcare Leadership Summit and Super Brand Awards 2024. Pharma Leaders is the premier global healthcare communication media brand, is hosting this event at a time when global healthcare landscape is fast changing, and appropriately this year's theme is Trailblazing the Future, Leaders and Innovations Shaping Modern Healthcare. This theme basically underscores the commitment of pharma leaders to celebrate the pioneer leaders as well as groundbreaking innovations that are transforming into the healthcare sector. My name is Professor Dr. Sunil Deshpande, and I lead the Pharmaceutical Management Program at IES's Management Institute in Bandra, Mumbai, and I will be the host of this magnificent and iconic annual Pharma Leaders Summit and Awards brought to you by the Network 7 Media Group. This program is conceptualized and ideated by veteran journalist Dr. Satya Brahma. Pharma Leaders Super Brand Summit and Awards is the flagship annual leadership program of the Network 7 Media Group, which is curated in the year 1999. And Pharma Leaders Summit and Awards has made a deep impact over the last 15 annual editions, where this event has actually emerged as a vital destination of exchange of ideas, where the leading authorities and influential leaders from the various spectrums of society, both in India and abroad, converge to debate and discuss issues of tremendous significance. Ladies and gentlemen and dignitaries, when actually this theme was discussed with me, I had my own thoughts on this theme, and probably what I thought I'm just sharing with you. Basically, there are three components in this theme, which is a very contemporary theme. And I'm discerning, this theme into three areas. The first one basically is about trailblazing. The second one is about healthcare. And the third one is about innovation. So when I was just looking at the dictionary meaning for trailblazing, referring to the dictionaries of the Oxford as well as the Cambridge universities, trailblazing is making or pointing a new way, or to be the first to do something or go somewhere, showing that it is also possible for other people and organizations. In other words, basically, you are showing the way with your innovation and with your ideation, so that the implementation of your ideas is also beneficial for the society as well as for the implementation at large. When you look at healthcare today, any discussion in any forum would be, incomplete without some buzzwords coming out in healthcare. And few of the buzzwords I have in front of you, and the first one is basically the technology. It's disruptions, transformations, innovations, groundbreaking, advancements. And I can certainly say with all these, healthcare is actually pushing the boundaries today in India as well as globally. The buzzwords which make up this list is, something like telemedicine, wearable health technology, of course, artificial intelligence, genome editing, blockchain, 3D printing, point-of-care diagnostics, robotic surgery, virtual reality, healthcare chatbots, augmented reality, remote patient monitoring, IoT, nanomedicine, precision medicine, digital therapeutics, and the list goes up on and on. Now, I would like to ask you this question that have you heard of an app that can read the chest x-rays and determine if there is a problem? And the answer is of course yes. And the name of the app is ChestLink, which is the world's first autonomous radiology artificial intelligence solution. Do you know of a machine that can take pictures of your retina and determine the presence of diabetic retinopathy instead of an ophthalmologist looking into your eyes? And it is very much possible. Today you have ECG smartwatches, you have continuous glucose monitoring, you have smart wearable patches that track your sleep patterns. Take example as far as our country is concerned. During the COVID pandemic, we had a record of 220 crore COVID-19 vaccine doses administered till last year, Jan 2023, and almost 85 crore COVID beneficiaries seeded with Aadhaar, which was a big achievement as far as the vaccination story is concerned. The government of India also has been in the forefront in taking a lot of initiatives like the Digital India program, which includes the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, the Arogya Setu, e-Sanjeevani, e-Hospital, the ABA app, the e-Blood Bank online registration system. When I was scanning through the healthcare sector achievements, especially in 2024, and these achievements make ourselves as well as our country very proud. Maybe in the pharmaceutical sector, we were talking about the new chemical entities and why probably we have been stuck around, with branded generics, almost for more than 50, 60 years. But yes, 2024 actually is the year of disruption also for the pharmaceutical industry. We have India's first indigenously developed macrolide antibiotic nafithromycin launched by one organization in India, which is 10 times more effective than the available macrolide therapy, which is azithromycin. There is one Indian company which will be distributing and marketing the first inhalation human insulin in a few months from now. We have paracetamol, which is actually into the OTC area, but probably we never knew that we had to depend on the imports for the excipients of paracetamol, and the good news is the indigenous hydrogen cylinder type 4 of paracetamol would be manufactured here in our country by next year, 2025. In April 2024, we had India's first indigenous CAR T cell therapy, homegrown gene therapy developed by the Tata Memorial Hospital, IIT Mumbai and ImmunoAct. And very recently, I am glad to share the news, probably you must also be knowing this, development of a novel gene therapy for the treatment of hemophilia by scientists at the CMC Vellore. So it's all happening around in healthcare. This is the right time, I would say, to discuss, express, and also initiate a lot many innovations and disruptions in healthcare. So what's special about the 16th Annual Leadership Summit and Awards 2024? And the special thing is the significance of this particular summit, that it brings to healthcare, especially also for our country. We have problems which are chronic problems in our country. For example, accessibility to healthcare services. Almost 65 to 70% of the Indian population still does not have access to primary therapy as well as access to primary drugs. We have the affordability of drugs. Of course, the government is acting on that with the NPPA as well as the DPCO. We have areas which are also very important as far as chronic therapy is concerned, which is personalized treatment approaches. What we require today is improved patient outcomes. Efficiencies in data management. Today, thanks to the digital media as well as the proliferating internet, we have empowered patients. I would say one of the after effects of the COVID was the emergence of telemedicine as well as the remote monitoring for chronic conditions. We require improving administrative healthcare efficiencies, and as I said earlier, we have to foster the culture of innovation in our country, which is very important. Some statistics for you would actually, explicitly bring out what I said just now. So this is as per the WHO, 68% of people in India have almost no access to medicines even today. We are talking of healthcare in an urban setting, but this is only limited to maybe 30-35% of the population. Around 65 to 70% of India is still rural, where even the primary healthcare facilities are not available. And of course, healthcare can be, divided into the private as well as the public sector, but the influence of the private sector is much more, almost more than double that of the government. So you have almost 70% of the public, expenditure on healthcare being, associated with the private sector. So with this background, with this, setup, one news actually caught my attention, which is also there in the public media, that all these, what we are discussing, is directly related, to the stock market. And the analyst over there, what they have predicted is, in 2024, Indian stock markets gained around 13%, with reality and the pharma sectors leading at 39% and 32% respectively. So the analysts, actually, they predict continued growth in sectors like manufacturing, infrastructure, and healthcare in the next year, 2025, amidst, the global economic pressures and the challenges. So 2025 is going to be a very promising sector for healthcare. And of course, there are some other areas like renewable energy. But the point is, the year 2025 would offer a diverse range of opportunities for innovation as well as investments specifically pertaining to healthcare. So ladies and gentlemen, over the next 3 years, we will be discussing and debating some of the compelling and critical issues of tremendous significance by our esteemed speakers. We have a lot many leaders today in this program. Before we start the welcome address, we present to you the theme of the 16th Pharma Leaders Healthcare Leadership Summit and Superbrand Awards 2024. Before we start the proceedings of the day, please have a look at the documentary curated by Pharma Leaders. Can we have the AV, please?
Good morning, distinguished guests, industry pioneers, innovators, and visionaries of healthcare. A big hello and welcome to the 16th Annual Healthcare Leadership Summit and Superbrand Awards 2024. Today, under the vibrant skies of Mumbai, we gather for a momentous occasion, the 16th Annual Healthcare Leadership Summit and Awards, brought to you by Pharma Leaders, the global healthcare market research powerhouse from Network 7 Media Group. This year's theme, Trailblazing the Future, Leaders and Innovations Shaping Modern Healthcare, sets the stage for an extraordinary dialogue on the future of healthcare. It's a call to action, a celebration of relentless innovation, and a tribute to the leaders who are turning challenges into opportunities and redefining possibilities in this ever-evolving sector.
The life of Prime Minister Modi underscores the limitless promise of this great nation. He started out by his father's side as a chiwala, a tea seller. When he was a young man, he worked at a cafeteria in this city. Stand up. Everybody loves him, but I will tell you this, he's very tough. Today, Prime Minister Modi is the tremendously successful leader of this vast Indian Republic. Prime Minister Modi, you are not just the pride of Gujarat. You are living proof that with hard work and devotion, Indians can accomplish anything, anything at all, anything they want.
साथियों, हमारे राष्ट्र चरित्र की, हमारे सामाजिक ताने बाने की आत्मा है सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया। सब सुखी हो, सब निरामय हो। बीते 10 वर्ष में हमने सबका साथ सबका विकास के मंत्र पर चलकर इस भावना को देश की नीतियों से जोड़ा है। आने वाले 25 वर्षों में स्वास्थ्य क्षेत्र में हमारे प्रयास विकसित भारत का मजबूत आधार बनेंगे। मुझे भरोसा है भगवान धन्वंतरी के आशीर्वाद से हम विकसित भारत के साथ साथ निरामय भारत का सपना भी जरूर पूरा करेंगे।
But we must tell them that India has come in its own way. We are soon going to be the third largest economy. We have the biggest demographic dividends, and we have the unity in diversity. Our people are much more scholarly. If you look at any country, you will find Indians there. As a nation, are one. India is the one nation that is going to stand out in the future. And we must make our imprint in the new future. That is Bharat for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Pharma Leaders is of the opinion that in an era where healthcare has transcended borders and boundaries, becoming a global force of transformation, Pharma Leaders continues to stand at the forefront, spotlighting excellence and leadership. From groundbreaking research to revolutionary patient care, this summit isn't just about recognizing the present, it's about envisioning the future. Today, we have with us the architects of modern healthcare, CEOs, policymakers, researchers, clinicians, and innovators. Each of you represents a cornerstone in the edifice of a healthier tomorrow. Dr. Satya Brahma, the chairman and editor-in-chief of Network 7 Media Group says, healthcare in recent times has been characterized by rapid advancements and significant transformations. The industry is witnessing a paradigm shift driven by technological innovation, evolving patient needs, and unprecedented global health challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, with the integration of digital health solutions, telemedicine and AI, healthcare providers are now equipped to deliver more personalized and efficient care. These technologies are not only improving patient outcomes but also making healthcare more accessible, especially in remote and underserved areas. However, the industry is also grappling with challenges such as rising costs, workforce shortages, and the need for robust healthcare infrastructure. Addressing these issues requires a concerted effort from all stakeholders, including governments, private sector players, and the community. In this dynamic landscape, resilient leadership and collaborative efforts are crucial. By embracing change and fostering innovation, the healthcare industry can continue to evolve, ensuring better health and well-being for all. Pharma Leaders hosts 16th Annual Healthcare Leadership Summit and Awards 2024 amid global healthcare transformations. Friends, the theme, Trailblazing the Future, is not just a slogan, it is a declaration of intent. It challenges us to think differently, act boldly, and collaborate innovatively. In the face of unprecedented challenges, be it pandemics, chronic diseases, or access to equitable care, leaders and innovations have illuminated the path forward. This summit is set to unfold with insightful panel discussions, thought-provoking keynote addresses, and of course, the prestigious Pharma Leaders Awards, recognizing the trailblazers who exemplify excellence in their fields. As we embark on this journey today, let us not only celebrate achievements but also commit to fostering innovation and leadership. Together, we can trailblaze the future of healthcare, ensuring that no life is left behind. Let this summit be a beacon of inspiration and a catalyst for change. The 16th Annual Healthcare Leadership Summit and Awards promises to be more than just an event. It is a milestone in our shared quest for a healthier, brighter future. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a day of transformation, innovation, and inspiration. Let the 16th Annual Leadership Summit and Awards begin.
Thank you so much. That's very insightful and enriching about the future of healthcare. Moving on with the program agenda, I have the pleasure to introduce Dr. Satya Brahma to you. Dr. Satya Brahma is India's most respected and distinguished journalist and chairman and editor-in-chief of the Network 7 Media Group. Known for championing the cause of citizens' rights and free speech, Dr. Satya has been at the forefront of United Nations peace programs. Dr. Satya is also the author of Vision India, Truth versus Hype. He is an industry expert and one of India's top journalists. Dr. Satya holds a master's degree in political science with first gold medalist from the Berhampur University and a master's degree in journalism and mass communications and a doctorate in mass communications. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Satya Brahma to deliver the welcome address, and wait, before he comes to the stage, we will also be running an AV of Dr. Satya's perspective on the present state of healthcare reforms in the country. So, before the welcome address, can we have the AV, please?
Today, we stand at crossroads in the history of our nation, a moment that demands action, courage, and above all, a commitment to transform our healthcare system. Let there be no confusion. Healthcare is not a luxury, it is a fundamental right. Every citizen of this country deserves access to quality medical care, regardless of their socio-economic status. Healthcare for all, building a stronger, healthier India from vision to reality is the need of the hour, says the visionary founder and chairman of Network 7 Media Group. Globally, India is the largest provider of generic medications, often referred to as the pharmacy of the world. The country provides more than half of the world's vaccines and 1/5 of production volume for medications. And with the help of the following India-based companies, the country sets out to grow its pharmaceutical sector to $130 billion by 2030. Dr. Satya Brahma, the brain behind the formation of Pharma Leaders, the global healthcare media from Network 7 Media Group, outlines the missing dots of the healthcare industry. In India, where only 34% of the population has access to essential healthcare within a 5-kilometer radius, the need for a comprehensive financial strategy is even more pressing than ever. With nearly 2/3 of health spending driven by out-of-pocket expenses, the financial strain on individuals pushes over 55 million people into poverty every year. The roadmap for 2024 underscores a critical imperative for a comprehensive financial strategy to revolutionize healthcare accessibility across India. As we navigate this intersection of unprecedented healthcare advancements and societal responsibility, it is clear that precise financial management priorities are the linchpin for achieving affordable and equitable healthcare at grassroots levels. The call to action echoes the diversification of investments in infrastructure, R&D, and capacity building to realize India's vision of universal health coverage by 2030. To propel India into a global healthcare innovation hub, the most strategic investments should be towards steering a transformative journey in patient care through cutting-edge R&D efforts. Recent health technology investments, exemplified by the reimbursement of drugs, are crucial for this paradigm shift. The policy makers and governments, both at the center and state, must awaken to the stark reality. India's healthcare spending by the government is abysmally low. This is not just a statistic. It is a glaring gap that undermines the health and dignity of our people. We cannot afford to hide behind slogans or delay critical decisions. What India needs now is bold reform, not rhetoric. We must prioritize healthcare investments, expand access, and ensure no citizen is left behind in their time of need. The time to act is now. Press the reform button, lead with courage, and deliver on the promise of a healthier, stronger India. Jai Hind.
Now I request Dr. Satya Brahma to please deliver the welcome address.
We are hosting this event at a time when the healthcare industry in particular is going through a sea of changes. it took me a couple of time to understand that how we have changed in due course of time actually. India is the destination of the world when it comes to healthcare actually. India is the largest manufacturer and the largest generic provider to the US. You look at the manufacturing plants of India, there are so many US FDA, UK MHRA compliance in India actually. We have been excellent in providing healthcare services in India. But to me, the problem lies with the government of India. The healthcare spending in India is around 3 to 4%. If you look at the global range, the European countries, it's much more than that actually. We are sitting on this hotel and we're discussing about the healthcare landscape, the modern healthcare, how it is going to save the future. But do we understand that the real stakeholders of the country live in villages? These are the rural India which will determine how India is going to look forward. We have been seeing in the parliament what is happening actually. Somebody has gone up on the floor and raising the slogans. There is a debate going on for the one nation and the one poll. There are fights, there are infightings going on in the parliament, but we never discuss about the crucial aspects of this sensitive industry, about the healthcare industry. Why do the Prime Minister of India will have to tell them that you take Jonosad or you take the generic medicines to the outlet? Do we know the efficacy of these products? I have personally identified, and my journalists who have been on the ground, they have gone to these outlets and they are purchasing actually. For example, pantoprazole. Pantoprazole is a drug actually which is used in an acute situation. But if you go and buy from any government outlets, you will get it around 7 to 10 rupees. But what about those companies like Cipla, Glaxo, Johnson, like Jadis Cadila, like so many other companies who have invested actually crores of money in research and development? After so much of promotion, after so much of educating, they are bringing out this product and giving it to them. Are you trying to tell the doctors that please prescribe the Jonosad product or you prescribe these generic products and don't look at these products? To me, this is very wrong actually. What you should look at, please tighten the noose of these people. You make healthcare accessible. You make healthcare affordable. But at the same time, you please think the quality of the medicine should be of paramount importance. I had the occasion to meet Dr. Krishna Illa of Bharat Biotech. He has been to many programs actually. I asked him, how can you bring Covaxin in a period of 1 year? He's telling it is practically impossible, I cannot do it. Then I told, why did you do it? Then he told, I had to do it because I got a pressure from the government. It is true that Covaxin can help you as an immune booster, but it is not the solution actually. As of now, when I speak, 1,48,247 cases filed against AstraZeneca's medicines against Covaxin actually. After taking the medicines, the patients have started complaining about the liver, started complaining about the heart disease. The father of Indian diabetes, Professor Mohan, Dr. Mohan is sitting here, he will answer you. People are still feeling the complications actually. To bring one polio vaccine, it takes around 15 years of time. India has not even produced a single molecule actually. In the year 1999, when I was 25-year-old, I had the courage to start the first program actually. I called late Dr. Anji Reddy. I called Lupin chairman D.B. Gupta ji. I called Samprada Singh ji. I called these people actually. And they were trying to bring out a molecule which could actually give them a future. It has still not become a reality actually. None of the doctors in India will go to the rural villages actually. I can tell you with a sense of responsibility, the public healthcare mechanism in the country has collapsed. You cannot go to a government hospitals now. Why you cannot go to the government hospital? Because if you go to the government hospital, the doctors will not give you importance actually. Why they will not give importance? Because they are not sufficiently paid. You have the money to spend thousands of crores for the elections. You do not have the money to give the remuneration to the doctors who are saving the lives of the people. Is it the kind of policy that you want to bring into the nation? You tell in public that the doctors are the saviors of the country. You come on national television. I'm not blaming any prime minister. I'm not blaming any policy makers. My simple point is very clear. Please look after the doctors very well. My heart actually bleeds. My heart actually pains when I see the incidents of in West Bengal when the doctors are attacked actually. But equally it bleeds me when the fighting happens between Trinamool Congress and the government of India over the who are responsible. You were the Prime Minister of the country and she's the Chief Minister of the country. Mamata Banerjee also should not make a discriminatory note. They should do what is best for the people. What is the best for the well-being of the people actually. You cannot separate healthcare from the mainstream. You must realize that healthcare is the single most important factor in the country which will actually benefit all of you actually. We do not have universal healthcare insurance in India. And we're talking about Ayushman Bharat. Ayushman Bharat, if you go there, it is not directly benefiting them because the money doesn't reach out to them. You go to Brisk Candy, you go to Apollo, you go to any hospital. These hospitals will not take you actually. And they're right. How much they're spending money on infrastructure? And I can guarantee you, give you in a blank paper actually. You go to this private hospital, give to Dr. Bhimon's clinic, you will come out clean, you come out with a total disease-free actually. But if you go to the government hospital, it will not happen. Why it cannot happen? We can bring a resolution from the Jammu and Kashmir. We can build a temple. That's good. It's very good. It's good for us. I'm a proud Hindu. But let us build world-class hospitals. Give them treatment. Put a process in order. Bring the doctors in the mainstream. Call the doctors periodically to the PMO's office. You don't call them. You don't meet OPPI members, you don't make ADMM members, you don't make Indian Pharmaceutical Association members, you don't make Chemexil members, you don't make Pharmexil members. Why you want to do on your own? Why you want to take the law into yourself? Call them, discuss with the meeting. Don't create a panic-like situation where the patients are suffering. I've been to many villages actually. I've covered so many villages in my time. My entire life has gone by meeting villages only. When I go and meet them, actually, there are actually quacks. You ask for any simple paracetamol, they will give you ciprofloxacin. And they will tell you it will cover both antibiotics and also it will cover you anti-analgesic actually. This is not the fact. You are not the doctor. And you do not have sufficient doctors out of 1,000 patients in India. There is one doctor. The data may be different. What I'm talking is the official figure. This is disappointing. This is distressing. For India to move forward, for India to be a global power, for India to be one of the best nations in the world, for India to capture the attention of the destination hub of the foreign direct investment, for India to become the leading power of the world, for India to be the third largest economy, for India to be the most preferred destination, what you need to do? You need to bring out a system, you need to bring out a policy, you need to bring reforms, and you need to make systems very much accessible. Should not control so much of bureaucracy. The bureaucracy hassles in India are killing actually. And to my mind, this is very dangerous. So let's unite together, make a better India, make India safe, and make healthcare accessible and affordable. Thank you very much, and we'll have the latest presentations coming out. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Satya, for your concerns that what you have reflected. And many things needs to be done as far as healthcare is concerned. And of course, we have many good people around, the leaders, visionary leaders who will take India to its healthcare destination. So moving ahead, let's move ahead with the agenda. And we also had a reflection of the situation with respect to the drugs, the medicines, and we have with us a doyen from the pharmaceutical industry. And the next session is actually a very interesting one, which will take us through the area of the drugs and medicines and the pharmaceutical industry, as well as the policies which are associated with this particular area. And this session is titled Affordable Healthcare for All, the Crucial Role of Government Support and Progressive Reforms. And we have none other than the Director General of the OPPI, the Organization of Pharmaceutical Producers of India, Mr. Anil Matai, with us, who will be putting forward his thoughts in this session. I have the pleasure to introduce Mr. Anil Matai to you. Mr. Anil Matai is, as I said, is the Director General, the head of the Organization of Pharmaceutical Producers of India, OPPI, in short. The OPPI is a representation of all the multinational pharmaceutical companies in India. Mr. Matai is a seasoned general management professional with extensive experience in healthcare, the pharma as well as the life sciences sector, and his illustrious career spans leadership roles in globally renowned organizations like Novartis, GSK, Global Pharma in Dubai, and Zydus Healthcare, where he served as a managing director before his retirement. After Zydus, Mr. Matai continued as a senior advisor, life sciences at IQVI Consulting and Information Services, and most recently as an operating partner at Jashvik Capital, a mid-market private equity fund focused on healthcare and consumer sectors. We are honored to host Mr. Matai and his address, which promises to provide valuable insights into the intersection of policy, innovation, and healthcare accessibility. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Anil Matai, who will be presenting on affordable healthcare for all, the crucial role of government support and progressive reforms. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. I think we need to get some energy into this room, especially after Dr. Satya's power-packed, passionate, emotional, what should I say, an outburst of what we as a country should be doing, where we are lacking. I'm indeed delighted to have Dr. V. Mohan here in the audience. He's a distinguished, one of the world's leading diabetologists, endocrinologists who's made a mark for himself. And we are privileged to have him. And thank you, Dr. Satya, for inviting me. It's my privilege to be here. So I am not an expert in this field of affordable medicine or accessible medicine. But I'll share with you what I have learned during my 35 years of association in the pharma industry, predominantly in India. Out of these 35 years, 33 years were in India only. So as I told you, I'm not an expert. So yes, the topic given to me for today is affordability. But as I see it, affordability is just one small component or a pillar of a wider challenge which we have in our country, which is access, which is what Dr. Satya referred to in his opening address, and Dr. Sunil Deshpande also spoke of. So accessibility to medicine is a key challenge. And within that, we have a small component of affordability. As we all know, it's widely known that in India, the prices of medicines are perhaps the cheapest in the world. And if we try and make them even more affordable, then there is a bigger question of quality which comes in. We heard about Jan Aushadhi and the lacuna which is there in the system, that the government buys only at L1, that's their policy. So until or unless there's a shift away from that, we will not be able to address the quality issue. So affordability is one component of accessibility which comprises of several pillars. These pillars include your infrastructure. I'm talking of one, the physical infrastructure of number of hospitals, number of chemists which are there in the country. In rural areas, people have to travel even today up to 5 kilometers to even get a basic medicine. So one, clearly the challenge is not so much affordability, but access, physical infrastructure, then infrastructure in terms of number of doctors which we have. The good thing is, I have been in the industry for 35 years, as I told you, but the last 13 months I have been doing an advocacy role, which takes me to Delhi twice a month. And I am privy to some of the things which are happening. So, as far as number of doctors are concerned, as per whatever WHO's guideline is, we are more or less there. Though, I mean, these are the government figures, though when I was speaking to 5 deans of 5 different AIIMS day before yesterday in Delhi, I was told, no, that's not a fact. There is still a 30 to 40% shortage of doctors, at least a 30 to 40% shortage of doctors than what is required. In terms of number of hospital beds, there is a shortfall. We still are at about half of what is required ideally, or slightly lesser than half. In terms of number of nursing staff which is required, again we are low. So until or unless we as a country do not play a role in addressing these things, the common man on street, the large chunk of population which lives in rural areas will still continue to be deprived. And it is not the government alone. I mean, I told you, in this entire journey of over 3 decades, I have seen a change happening in the last 2-3 years. I mean, I'm telling you on ground what we as pharma industry experience. One is, as stakeholders, we are being heard for the first time at a short notice. I mean, in the new pricing policy which is coming up, we were invited. When I say we, not only OPPI, it was IPA, IDMA, BDMA. I mean, there were 13 different stakeholders who were invited. So we are being heard. That's another thing, that we were heard in the month of July and we still have to see the policy, and I don't see the new pricing policy see the light of the day for another maybe 6 months or so. So the speed of action needs to improve, but in terms of sound bites, they are all right. And not only are the sound bites right, the government regulators are willing to listen to us. I mean, today even a government regulator is willing to meet you even at 9 o'clock. I have got official appointments with the secretaries at 9:30 at night. So things are happening to move. We operate, I mean, this has not got to do with affordability, but a little different view from what Dr. Satya said. The needle has started moving, but at a very slow pace. So we need to accelerate that. So clearly, I mean, if things move the way they are, we will see a much brighter India in the next few years. As far as accessibility is concerned, besides the government, even I think the private sector needs to play a role in ensuring that accessibility happens. There have got to be more public-private partnerships. Because we are normally, most of us are armchair critics. We should ask ourselves, what are we as citizens doing for this country? The government is political and will remain political. That cannot go away. So that's a stark reality of life. But if you go to see, we now have Ayushman Bharat, which is in place. That is another thing, that 5 lakh rupees is restricted only to hospitalization and for the lower strata of society, for the bottom 40%. What happens to them in an OPD case? It's still exposed. The other good thing, recently it's been announced as people who are 70 plus. I know there's no one here in this room, not even me. I may have worked for 35 years, but I'm not yet 70. So, so even those people will now get covered irrespective of their income levels under Ayushman Bharat. So these things were unheard of. You look at penetration of insurance, that has to increase. If the penetration of insurance doesn't increase, again the issue of access will not be addressed. The issue of financial models, because in super specialty medicines, the prices are really high. And even if we reduce prices by 50%, even people like me cannot afford it. So there has got to be financial models which need to evolve to address this issue. So it's a role of multiple stakeholders who have to join hands together to make it happen. I think the time to act is now. We need to make medicines equitable, accessible, and affordable as well. That's the only way in a country like India, which is essentially a self-pay market, things will start to happen. But I am optimistic. If we all play our respective roles, things will improve. Also, to address the issue of affordability, another key factor is we as industry need to create more awareness about disease areas. We as industry need to to create more awareness about, general, not only awareness, but also of incidences which happen, possible medications which are there. We cannot take over the role of the doctors who are there. So there are three important key stakeholders which are involved in this entire process. One is clearly the medical fraternity. Second is we as industry. And third is the government regulator. So these are the three key stakeholders who have to work collaboratively to make it happen. We hear a lot about OTC medication. Yes, it will help and it should happen. Because why should a poor villager travel 10 kilometers, go and see a physician and spend maybe 50 to 100 rupees traveling to that location and then give 50 to 100 rupees to the doctor there. And when he or she is prescribed, say, paracetamol. So there has got to be self-care, but responsible self-care. Because marketers cannot go overboard and advertise. There has got to be, after having created awareness, there's got to be responsible self-care, for which we need a regulation which needs to be in place. Because if you are able to at least have a regulated OTC policy which clearly defines what you can do and what you cannot do, I think affordability will be addressed to a certain, it will not be addressed completely, but for basic medication, with that improved awareness and self-responsibility, things will improve. So overall, we are at the right place, if I am talking our country per se. We have seen industry growth. I know when I had joined the industry in Jan 1990, the pharma industry, I have myself seen growths of 15 to 18%. I don't think those days will come. I am talking of overall Indian pharma market. I don't think those days will come, but a growth of 10% plus minus 2% will be there in this for all the industry people out here, at least for the next 5 years. So which is a modest growth, because anywhere in the world, the pharma industry growth is about roughly 1.5 times of GDP growth, and which is what we will see in India as well. But we are in business because of the patient. So for us, growth is only an outcome. So until or unless we don't come up with outcome-based approach, which addresses the issue of affordability, access, and is equitable as well, only then it will become a win-win situation. Only then will we be able to convince the government. When I meet the NPPA chairman or Department of Pharmacy, the secretary DOP, they always say, what is it you are doing for the patient on the street? You are only concerned about your top line, your bottom line. But what are you doing for the person on the street? So it is not the private company's responsibility to look at the patient on the street, because we are a not-for-profit organization. We are in business for profit. But it has got to be a collaborative approach between the government and the private sector. Only then we will be able to address the issue of access, and affordability will be a part of that. So, I'm not trying to neutralize what Dr. Satya Brahma said. But yes, I see good days ahead. All this hair inside is all gray or white. But I have learned over the last 35 years, I have seen what the industry was, what the country was during these 35 years. And I see what is happening The only regret I have is the pace of change is slow. That is where we all need to keep our pedal on the accelerator and ensure that we all work together and make things happen. So I wish you a very productive day ahead, a very engaging day ahead, and at the end of the day, as I said earlier, we must come up with not a glide path, but an outcome. What is it we would like to achieve at the end of the day, and what will I, as a participant in this meeting, what role will I play to ensure it happens? So good luck and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anil Matai, for this insights into the varied challenges in healthcare. Dr. Matai talked about one of the prime challenges being healthcare infrastructure as well as the services. Especially, he talked about the access to healthcare, where a patient doesn't have an access and the patient has to travel a few kilometers. Actually, I will just take a couple of minutes over here. Our research team did a market research study into this area, and we actually wanted to bring forward to the world about what is the healthcare infrastructure as well as the services on the outskirts of an international healthcare hub like Mumbai city. I mean, we are all in an urban area, but what's the situation maybe when you go to the periphery of Mumbai city or probably any metro city in India? So we did this study around 120 kilometers away from Mumbai in a, say, town, or not even a town, a village, around 8 kilometers from Igatpuri. And it had a population of around 4,500 to 5,000. And probably I can, say or maybe confirm what Mr. Anil Matai said. This vicinity did not have the presence of a single practicing doctor. The primary healthcare center was in shambles. The government doctor probably never came even once in a week. Total absence of a medical store. And whenever there was an issue of childbirth, the villagers had to actually carry the lady on cloth-made, kind of stretchers, and 8 kilometers they had to travel in order to get, the kind of vehicle to, take her to the nearest nursing home or an hospital. So this is actually the story of healthcare just outside, our international healthcare hub like Mumbai. Mr. Matai also talked about various aspects, but more importantly, he talked about a model where all the three stakeholders need to join hands, basically the industry, the medical fraternity, as well as the government. And yes, it does make sense because it's not only the policy, but it's also the grassroots level action which is required to make healthcare more accessible as well as affordable. And of course, there was light at the end of the tunnel, which Mr. Matai expressed. But nevertheless, we are on the right track is what I can certainly get the assurance from Mr. Anil Matai. So thank you so much once again, Mr. Anil Matai. And I would now request Dr. Satya Brahma to please come on stage to present the memento as a mark of our respect as well as gratitude to Mr. Anil Matai. Can we have a round of applause, please? let's move on now with the next session. And we have been witnessing a lot many aspects about healthcare in India, the healthcare scenario, some statistics, and one of the statistics probably I think you are all aware. We have also one important statistic which is about diabetes. And India has the largest number of diabetes patients in the world, and we are actually called as the diabetes capital of the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, today we have amongst us the father of diabetology in India, none other than Padma Shri Dr. V. Mohan, the founder chairman of Dr. Mohan's Diabetes Specialist Center. Dr. Mohan is actually a visionary and a living legend as far as diabetes is concerned. Dr. Mohan is an internationally acclaimed diabetologist and a scientist with an illustrious career spanning over 40 years. As the chairman and chief of diabetology at Dr. Mohan's Diabetes Specialist Center, a globally recognized IDF Center of Education and Center of Excellence in Diabetes Care, his contributions have redefined the landscape of diabetes management and education. Dr. Mohan is a true visionary and is the driving force behind a pioneering chain of 50 diabetes care centers across India. With an unrelenting focus on combating diabetes, his leadership at the Madras Diabetes Research Foundation, the MDRF, has yielded groundbreaking insights into the unique challenges faced by South Asians, especially the prevalence of insulin deficiency over insulin resistance. Dr. Mohan's efforts resonate deeply in a nation grappling with alarming statistics as far as our country is concerned. His tireless work underscores the urgent need for education, healthcare innovation, and sustained action to address this public health crisis. Join us in celebrating the extraordinary achievements of Padma Shri Dr. V. Mohan and his unwavering commitment to transforming diabetes care in India and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Vishwanathan Mohan as he is set to speak on diabetes is not a disease but a disorder. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sunil Deshpande, for those kind words. I must thank my good friend, Dr. Satya Brahma, for organizing this event regularly from year to year to encourage medical doctors, industry, and so on. I think it's the second or third time I'm participating in this event. And the reason that I come is because he's so passionate about whatever he says. It's very difficult to find people who speak from the heart. I'm also very privileged to have Mr. Matai here. I've just met him very briefly only today, but somehow something gels with him, and I see that we're going to work together in the future. And thank you for all the kind words. I'll be very brief, and I'll try to give you an overview of diabetes in India. In fact, I'll go into that as we speak. So when I write this, I get two kinds of reactions. If I say it's not a disease but a disorder, a lot of people like it because that's what they want to hear. And in fact, across all my 50 branches, I have this statement. Dr. Mohan says it's not a disease but a disorder. So I get a lot of people praising me for that. But I also have a lot of people attacking me for that. I am having kidney failure, I don't even have money to pay for my dialysis, and you're saying it's not a disease. Don't make it too light and don't be flippant when you talk about diabetes. That reaction also I get. So I don't know what to say, whether disease or a disorder. I'll try to convince you that if you don't treat it, it's like a tiger which you're having with you. So it's very difficult to have a tiger as a pet, but if you really have, if you see some of those pictures, there are people who actually have tigers as pets, okay? But if you don't watch out, it's going to eat you and it's going to swallow you. So it depends on you how you treat this disease. So I have no conflict of interest to declare. So this is a very brief thing of how I'm going to talk about prevalence of diabetes, then the burden of complications. We're not worried about whether they have 100 million or 500 million in a country. I'll show you that. As long as people are able to live their long and healthy life, why bother whether you even have diabetes or not? That's the theme which I was trying to say, that it's not a disease, it's only a disorder, and how you manage it. And how you go about it is what I'm going to talk about. Now, I joined my father in the field of, my father was actually called as the father of diabetology in India, Dr. Vishwanathan. He set up the first diabetic clinic in India in 1948. Just after independence, and Chennai was the place where he said it. So the whole of diabetes care actually started in Chennai in 1948. And in 1972, I joined him when I joined medical college. At the age of 18, I joined him, only because he had to leave the medical college. Due to some political thing, he had to leave, and he was quite young. And he actually forced me to take up medicine. That's what my autobiography is all about. I wanted to be a poet, English literature, professor of English, writer. That is my dream. But then he said, you do medical writing, and he brought me in. And so I said, okay, in that case, I might as well start working with you right now. So as a first year medical student, where others were studying anatomy physiology, I was studying diabetes and helping him. And at that time, the prevalence of diabetes in India was about 2% in a multi-center study which was done, and 1% in rural areas. Over the years, it has increased, and today, it's more than 25%. If you take the cities like Delhi and Mumbai, you'll find Delhi and Chennai are the cities where a lot of research in diabetes is being done. Today, if you take adults above the age of 20 years living in Chennai or Delhi, it's about 30% of all adults. I'm not talking about rich people, poor people, I'm talking about the whole city, about 30%. I'm sure the same in Mumbai as well, although we don't have too much of data from Mumbai. But you may say, even if it's 25%, that means 75% are not having diabetes. This is about 20 years of age. If you take age 50 and above, 50% of people are already having diabetes in these cities. Of course, in the villages it is less, but 50%. Another 25% have pre-diabetes. So 75% of people at age 50 in the major metros already have diabetes or pre-diabetes. That's huge. 3 out of 4 people. And these are epidemiological studies. These are not hospital-based studies. We are best known for going out to people's homes, taking representative samples, and so on. But we still didn't have an India-based study. So my daughter came to me when she was in medical college, just like I joined my father when he was 18, she joined me even before that, and said, I want to do the study, whole India, whole India. I said, you're crazy. Whole India, doing whole Chennai itself is difficult. She said, no, I want to do it. So she did it, and this is the world's largest epidemiological study ever done anywhere in the world. 124,000 people, representative of entire India, 1.44 billion. Every state in the country we have studied, every island in the country we have studied, right from Andaman to Nicobar to Daman to Diu to Lakshadweep. We have been there. We have been to Mizoram and been to every part. And this was the major publication that came out last year in Lancet with her as the first author, where we reported for the first time, not only just on diabetes, but on obesity and hypertension, dyslipidemia in the whole country. And this paper has been quoted so many times in the last 1 year. Not a single conference today in India or in the world takes place without this paper being quoted. 87 press wrote about it, including BBC and CNN and everyone. So this is a master kind of paper. And the numbers which came out are quite startling. 101 million people today have diabetes in India, which is almost double that of the major countries in Europe, like UK or France or Germany and so on. If you add pre-diabetes, which is 136 million, total is 237 million. There are not too many countries in the world actually which have 237 million people. Now, as if this wasn't enough, last month there was a big flutter when the NCD risk study was published in Lancet. Again, my daughter was a joint first author of that paper. That reported on 198 countries in the world. And the figure which came out of that study, actually it was done by Imperial College London and WHO, is 212 million people. So same study. How can one say 101 million, the others 200? We used a conservative figure. We used oral GTTs, only fasting and tour. We didn't use HbA1c, which generally is not used for calculating prevalence, but they did. And with that, the number became 212 million. And the Director General of Health Services and the entire ICMR and everybody was shaken. Said, what is this, 101 million one year and 200 million next year? Then we had to explain that we've used. So don't worry about whether 100 million or 200 million. As I said, it really doesn't matter. Why it doesn't matter is because it does matter if you develop complications. And these are all epidemiological studies where we have reported on coronary artery disease, eye, kidney. Just take kidney. About quarter of people having kidney disease, which means you have 100 million people, take the lower figure, 100 million. 25 million people having kidney disease, early kidney disease. About 20% of them will go on to develop end-stage renal disease. 5 million people having kidney disease in India, which needs dialysis or transplantation. Nobody can afford it. Only 2% of Indians can afford dialysis or transplantation. Then if I say it's not a disease, it's only a disorder, people are going to die. They're going to get heart attacks. Their legs are going to get chopped off. You don't call it a disease. It's not a disease. Of course it's a disease. It's a disease worse than cancer. Even cancer, many of the cancers, you can live 20, 30 years. If you have kidney failure, you will die in 6 months' time if you don't undergo dialysis transplant. Who's going to pay for it? You need 5 million kidneys to be transplanted. We don't even do 10,000 transplants in India in a year. Where are you talking about 5 million? So if you don't control diabetes well, you had it. And this is going to increase. Even if the government doesn't accept the 200 million figure, in another couple of years, 3 years, we are going to reach there. So the numbers are going to keep on going up because our life expectancy is going up. We have better standard of living. Obesity is going up. We can't prevent those. Those are non-modifiable risk factors. And therefore, the numbers of people in India is going to go up and up. This is going to be one of our largest killers unless we really watch out. But I'll tell you the good story as well. So why the huge burden of complication? Because ABCD is not being met. What is ABCD? ABCD is A1C should be below 7%. B is blood pressure should be less than 140/90. C, cholesterol should be less than, LDL cholesterol less than 100 milligrams at least. And D, discipline, some amount of diet, non-smoking and all that you need to do. Some exercise you need to do. Even if you leave the D out, at least the ABC if you're able to achieve, you can prevent the complications of diabetes. You can say, how do you know all this? I know it because I do the research on it and I have the publications on it. So, first of all, are we achieving these targets? We are not at all achieving the targets. Here is another major publication, The Lancet, from our group, where we looked at what percentage of Indians, this is not hospital based, this is Indians, whole of India, how many are achieving A, B, C? Very simple, A1C below 7, blood pressure below 140/90, and LDL below 100. Only 7% of all Indians who know that they have diabetes, self-reported, are achieving all the three. If you take them in isolation, maybe 30%, 35% of each. But if you take all the three together, only 7%. So 93% of people are not achieving the target in India. We are far away from what we should be achieving. So much more advocacy needs to be done. And that's why this kind of research needs to be done. And very few people are even doing this kind of research. So, next question is, okay, so if you achieve the ABCD, do you have proof that they can prevent complications? If I didn't have it, I won't talk about it. Okay, so this is the paper for which I got the Harold Rifkin Award, the highest award of the American Diabetes Association. And this was published in 2013. What we showed was that people with type 2 diabetes, and this is the only paper in the whole world, even after 2013, which has shown this. No other papers even reproduce this from any other country. Because we get type 2 diabetes at a young age, we are able to follow people for 40, 50 years. We showed 50-year survival and 40-year survival in hundreds of people here. And we are able to show that this ABC came from there. I didn't make it up. This ABC came from there. A1C control, blood pressure control, and lipid control. If you do that, you're able to survive. People are able to live 40, 50 years without any complications. So it doesn't matter. That's why I'm saying it's not a disease. It's only a disorder if you control the ABC. All that is needed is to control the ABC. Okay, and we also had non-survivors who didn't survive. They did not have the ABC control. This became a master paper. This was voted among the first top 10 diabetes and endocrine papers in the world ever published. There's a kind of a competition for that. And this became, that's why they gave me the Harold Rifkin Award. Now, as if that is not enough, okay, that's only 40, 50 years survival. As Matai said, even after 30, 40 years, he has not reached 70 years. So do you have proof that you can actually live for 90 years? This is another series of things that we publish only on people above 90 years of age. Okay, everyone in this is about 90 years of age. Again, the largest series on people about 90 years published in the world literature. And if you don't believe it, all these people in this room, except two, that's me and my daughter standing next in the middle, we are the only two below 90. Everyone else is about 90, 95 years. The last two gentlemen there, the guy in the wheelchair, was 101. He was the chief guest of he was the vice chancellor of several universities. The guy next to him was our chief secretary of Tamil Nadu. He was 97 when he came. He is holding a book which he has published the previous year. At the age of 96, he has written a book. And he lived to become 102. Okay? And the many people here already crossed 100 years. And they're all alive. And they're doing well. They've had diabetes for 50, 60, 70 years. And they don't have complications. There's no picture like this that Jocelyn Clinic can show or Mayo Clinic can show. So it is possible to have a long and healthy life despite diabetes. I know somebody is going to talk about reversal of diabetes after me. Reversal of diabetes is very important. In those whom you can reverse the diabetes, it's extremely important. But if you don't reverse diabetes also, they're able to live up to 100 years. So those who don't, they're not able to reverse diabetes, don't worry about it. You can still live up to 100 years of age. A, B, C. Don't forget the A, B, C mantra. Okay? So the secrets to live to 100 years are detect diabetes early. From day one, keep the A, B, C under control. The first 10 years are very important. If you miss the first 10 years, you miss the bus. Then after that, whatever you do, you can stand upside down, the disease will progress. So do that. And then exercise regularly, eat reasonably healthy diet, reduce stress, and most importantly, have regularity of follow-up. If you don't go to the clinic, if you don't go and meet your diabetologist, if you think you're doing fine, you're making a mistake because that ABC will slip out and you will not even know about it. So you need to check and see that you're kept under control. So if one follows all these tips, you can live even up to 100 years of age. This is what my father told me the day when I joined him when I was 18 years old, and I didn't believe him. He said a well-disciplined and controlled person with diabetes is often better and healthier than one without diabetes. And I said, you mentioned rhetoric versus thing. So I said, all this rhetoric you do because you're a diabetologist and you keep talking. He said, no. He didn't have proof. He was also a scientist, but he didn't publish that extensively. He said, no, I've got cases where people are actually doing better and all that. Today I'm able to prove that kind of health you cannot find in non-diabetic people. You show me a group of 100 years old without non-diabetic people showing that they can't. So you can actually make it not a disease at all, but a simple disorder which you can live with. Okay? So let us make India complications free of diabetes. So people tell me, can you make India diabetes free? Never, ever will we make India diabetes free. Why? Because our lifespan today is 70. It's going to become 80, 85. Age itself will produce diabetes for you. Even if you don't have diabetes now, live another 10 years, you will get diabetes. So don't worry about it. So you are never going to have a diabetes-free India. But can you have a diabetes complications-free India? A, B, C, you can't get it under control. Use good quality drugs, not bad drugs, but use good quality drugs and get your blood pressure down and your A1C under control and your cholesterol under control. These three you can't do. Any Tom, Dick and Harry, if you treat them, they can do it. And we all join together. You are the pharmacy industry. If we all join together and see that every Indian gets his diabetes drugs, blood pressure drugs, and cholesterol drugs and keep them under control, you can definitely have a complications-free India. And my only wish is that we definitely see not only a diabetes complications-free India, but also a diabetes complications-free world as well. Jai Hind, thank you very much. These are if you want to follow me on Twitter or whatever you want, I have more than 1 million followers on social media. So we keep giving these kind of updates to people, and at least one motivational quote you will get every single day. When you wake up in the morning, you will find a motivational quote 365 days. Without, even on a Sunday, on Christmas Day, New Year Day, you will find it. And I encourage you all to join my WhatsApp channel. It's a newly started channel, but I want to give this kind of information, positive things. There's a lot of negativity that we are hearing all the time. Let's also get some positivity into it. And I encourage you to take a shot of this and join me. I'd like to have you all on my WhatsApp channel. Once again, thanking Satya Brahma for inviting me to be here and wishing this meeting all success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for this very, very significant insights into the diabetes as far as our country is concerned. You have explicitly talked about the ABCD mantra and the importance of this ABCD mantra towards being a healthy diabetic person. And a very important news that what you have shared is, yes, India can definitely be complications free, but it's not possible for India to be free from diabetes. Therefore, the ABCD mantra assumes more importance. Thank you once again for this very, very important session on diabetes, as well as whether it's a disorder or a disease. I now request Dr. Satya Brahma to please come on stage to present a memento as a mark of respect and gratitude to Dr. V. Mohan.
Before we present, I have a question for Dr. V. Mohan. Sir, you took all the time from coming here. I'm really grateful to you. One thing I wanted to clarify, in fact, all of your clinics follow one model. Looking at the behavior, financial behavior of the patient, you insist actually putting the device over here rather than the needle pricking. What is the reason behind it? What is the problem with needle pricking? And why do you insist this one to put it? Dr. Praveen has told me about this.
So, when you poke, you will get a blood sugar result of that second or that instant. Whereas when you put the patch painlessly without poking, you are getting 100 blood sugars in a day, throughout the day and night, including the day and the night, when you're sleeping also. So this kind of a continuous pattern tells you how much the sugar is there in the night, whether it's going low anytime without your knowledge, whether after breakfast or lunch or dinner there is a spike, and therefore you can correct your dietary intake as well as the medicines.
And it's being recorded at your center also.
Yes, yes. We'll get the record immediately onto our computer. You will have a record of it. And then there's a new parameters. We know about fasting blood sugar. We know about post-prandial blood sugar. We know about HbA1c. But there's a fourth parameter called time in range. And time in range is 24 hours of the day. At least 70% of it should be under control. It's called TIR. 100 is ideal, but you may not get 100. But at least 70, 80% of the time, if you get it, your HbA1c will automatically come below 7% and you will not develop any complications. That's the reason why. It's a fairly and for 14 days it gives you the reading. We are not asking people to wear it continuously. We are saying intermittently, once a year, twice a year, especially when you make a change in treatment, you put this, it gives you much more information than an occasional. It's like a videography. Now these guys are taking pictures. You'll get some pictures there. But if there's a video camera up there, it will give you the complete picture, isn't it? A photograph can never replace a video. So this is like a video and the other is like a picture.
So the needle pricking is not very effective.
It's not that it's not effective. It is effective. It is expensive. It is painful. You have to poke every time. And you're getting one shot. Suppose now, this minute you will know. Half an hour later what it is, half an hour earlier what it is, you don't know. Here it is giving you a continuous graph. That is the reason.
And how much does that cost, the device?
So you don't need just need the sensor. So there are two types. One is the Freestyle Libre Pro, we call it. Now that's about 2,000, 2,500 rupees for 14 days. So if you calculate, it actually comes to some 4 or 5 rupees for one blood test. So it's quite cheap. The other one, which is slightly more expensive, which you can get on your phone, you can get on your mobile phone, get on your computer, you can get anywhere else, is about 5,000 rupees. And that is for continuous glucose monitoring, which you can see on your phone. That is not needed for everyone. Those with type 1 diabetes who are taking insulin all the time, it's a lifesaver. For others, even once or twice you put this in a year, that itself is more than enough.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask Dr. Vishal Gupta, who is going to speak on reversal diabetes. Which pattern do you follow? Do you follow the pattern of device or you follow the pattern of pricking? Dr. Vishal. Yeah, you can come here. Or you can give a mic. Just a minute, yeah. He's a very good doctor also, yeah.
I think it all depends on the patient.
Sound.
I think people find it very difficult to invest 5,000 rupees, even though my practice is one of those that where money is not an issue. But they find it tough. And very often when we mention that it's a 5,000 rupee thing, that very number, it dissuades them. Now, to take nothing away from the freestyle Libre, it has its own issues. Right? There is always a correction of 0.6, that's what the company says. But we say there's a correction of up to 1.2. What that means is if the Libre says that there's an HbA1c of 8, it could be a fluctuation of anywhere from 0.6 to 1.2 away from that. And the reason is that when the sugar goes below 70, I have these experiences where patient sees the red zone as it shows in the marker, and they start eating and hogging without any symptoms, thinking that it's gone low. And you know that 40% of these readings are actually wrong. They're actually between 81 and 140. And this machine goes crazy when it's above 280. So if it's 400, it's going to still say 280 and 300, which is why the problems. But to take nothing away from this, it's a great guide. So very often, as Dr. Mohan suggested, we make these suggestions, but to be honest, out of 100 suggestions, we don't even find more than 5 or 10 who take this on board. So what we do is...
Is it because of the financial...
Yes. What we do is, I think it's more a psychological thing, right? It's the fact that they have to spend that little extra over the burden of diabetes that already exists. So what we do is, we allow the drugs to work for about 3 to 4 days. We give them what we call as paired sugar readings. So we give them, so you have staggered readings, you have random readings, you have paired readings. So we give them to do their blood sugars at different meal times, pre and post. So what that does is, it gives us a great idea of what's happening to their sugars. And you really don't even need to do that. Over time, you generally get to know that in India, we are into the 4th category of carbohydrate intake. Right? So we all know carbohydrate intake is divided by Hinman into 20 to 50 grams per day, less than 26%, 26% to 45%, and more than 45% of the daily caloric intake. And we generally fall in that 45% and above. So when that's happening, there's a huge carbohydrate load through all meals. And most of the men over the women concentrate this at night, which is why you find that all the problems, the high lows, the highs, the lows, are all happening between that snacky 5 o'clock time, which is kurmura and mamras and sandwiches. And I have this phrase that tumne Ravan se rishta mola hai, and Ravan se rishta mola is not easy, correct? So this is what we do, right? And we often win in about 9 out of 10. When we lose in the one, we tell them to give us another 7-day reading. We get on top of that and we try our best.
Right, thank you.
Obviously, nothing is perfect, and we have all been pushing the government that we should make it in India at 1/10 of the cost, perhaps. And cost is definitely an issue. For those who can't afford it, it's definitely an issue. And it's not that we don't use self-monitoring glucose. For 50 years, we've been using only that. But when new technology comes, we have to adopt that also, because it gives you an idea about the continuous glucose reading.
And most important factor, what you mentioned is striking most is, you must visit diabetologist periodically, actually. Otherwise the same thing may continue. Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. Can we have a memento and a... Yes, please ask. Mic, please. Any Scottless mic? Yeah.
I just wanted to know your thoughts on the inhalable insulin. I mean, with respect to, the efficacy or the outcomes.
Yeah. So, this is not new. I mean, inhalable insulin has been around even about 20 years ago. 3 companies wanted to bring it, but the DCGI finally withdrew the permission to do the trials because the stage was not set. So it's not new. It's been around in the US for a long time. Now one Indian company is bringing it here. This is a short-acting insulin. So for those who need multiple doses of insulin, if you are able to replace some of those shots with an inhaled one, it is good. And there are a lot of people who have needle phobia and so on, and therefore using this is good. So any reduction in the number of pokes you make in a day is good for you. But the problem is that the long-term side effects, because insulin is never meant to go through your nose into your lungs and work from there. It was meant to work in a different way. So if you have asthma, if you have COPD, if you have other lung diseases, we don't know what it will happen. In the long run, whether there's a risk of lung cancer if you keep on hitting it with the insulin, these things are not known. But having said that, it's still in use. And it's not that in US everybody is using this. There's a small percentage of people who use that. So I'm sure there will be. The other problem is with bioavailability. Because when you inject it, you can get away with small doses of insulin. Insulin is expensive. Why it's not come in tablet form is not because of side effects, but because of the effect. The effect you have to use 100 times or 200 times. If you're using 40 units of insulin, now you'll have to use 4,000 units of insulin for it to get absorbed. Bioavailability is not good. Similarly, the bioavailability here is not good. So cost will still be a factor. But for those who really want to get rid of some of their injections, I'm sure there is a role for that.
All right. Box का है? Box. Box लेके आओ. Sir, please. So let's give a huge round of applause to the father of Indian diabetes. A living legend is standing in front of you actually. It is difficult to get him, but he finally accepted my request to come all the way from Chennai. I'm very thankful to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving on ahead now, we have another interesting session from Dr. Satya Brahma. And this session is on revolutionizing CRAMS, the new frontier in pharmaceutical manufacturing and research. Dr. Satya Brahma is someone who will be an inspiration to many. She is a successful woman entrepreneur and a pioneer in drug delivery system. To introduce her further, she is an electrical and electronics engineer by education. She carries with her more than 25 years of experience in global marketing of pharmaceutical products. She started a career in marketing at Armor Chemicals in the year 1992 and later worked at Biochem Synergy, and there was no looking back. She worked in various capacities, the last being with Ajanta Pharma International Marketing in the capacity of a general manager. She also happens to be the youngest woman general manager at that time. She started her own pharma export company in 1997 purely as an indenting operation. The company was initiated under the name of Murli Krishna Exports Private Limited. 2003, as business opportunities increased, she switched over her operations from indenting to trading. And Murli Krishna Exports involves in exporting bulk APIs and semi-finished formulations in the form of pellets. In the year 2004, she decided to start her own venture in terms of manufacturing semi-finished formulations under the name of Murli Krishna Pharma Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause to welcome Dr. Satya Brahma as she is set to address us on revolutionizing CRAMS, the new frontier in pharmaceutical manufacturing and research.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks a lot for the wonderful introduction, and thank you very much, Dr. Satya, for inviting me here to speak. CRAMS has not been the best subject for me, but CRAMS is what we do at Murli Krishna Pharma. And Dr. Mohan, your talk was absolutely awesome. I truly, I'm a type 2 diabetic patient myself, so I'm on all the wonderful drugs which are available in the world market. But yes, so I think nearly 70 to 80% of the Indian population is suffering from diabetes. So I'll come back to what I wanted to talk about. And So we are talking about revolutionizing CRAMS, the frontier in pharmaceutical manufacturing and research. So I'm the chairperson and managing director of Murali Krishna Pharma. And Murali Krishna Pharma is a facility located at Ranjangaon near Pune. And we are a European Union approved facility. We are also approved by MOH of UAE. We are approved by Jordanian FDA. And we are expecting our US FDA audit sometime around the second quarter of 2025. So that's where we are. If you ask me, what is CRAMS all about? Everybody is aware it is contract research and manufacturing. Now, why did contract research and manufacturing become such an important factor in everybody's businesses? Today, the big players have lots and lots of products, lots and lots of categories they want to do businesses in. But can they all afford to run research and development for each of these products at their end? Isn't it better to outsource the research and the manufacturing to companies who innovate and specialize in the same? And I think that is exactly where CRAMS is a rapidly evolving system that is coming on today in the marketplace. And yes, CRAMS is not something where it was like prior art or something which is developed at the universities and given out. It is not a research paper. CRAMS is something where you are not only doing a research within a specified timeline, meeting the specified milestones, you're also providing a product that is manufactured at a facility that has the requisite approvals or accreditations and follows the requisite CGMP and ICH guidelines. So this model, not only does it boost the economy of a country, it also increases the kind of work which Indians can do. And Indians really specialize in R&D. Today, if you're going to look at all the big names across the world, you will find Indians in the top posts in various categories in the R&D departments of the different companies. Be it a Bristol-Myers Squibb, be it a Roche, be it Abbott, be it any of them. Everywhere you will find Indians in the largest posts, in the biggest posts, and in the best kind of work which is being done there. So where does CRAMS fit in with what Murali Krishna Pharma does? So we started as a pre-finished formulation intermediates company. Our first approval came in 2007. The plant was commissioned in 2005. What makes Murali Krishna Pharma stand out from the other pellets company? There are n number of them in Hyderabad. There are a lot of them in different parts of the country too. What makes us different from the rest of them? Primarily, when we started this company, we started with a vision that we are going to follow an aqueous pathway. In 2005, when this plant was commissioned, ICH guidelines talked about a residual solvent limit of 5,000 ppm. It was at that point of time that when we came in, we decided that we would follow an aqueous pathway. It was not easy. That meant that we would have to tweak the existing formulations to an extent where we would be able to manufacture these pre-finished formulation intermediates, especially those that were poorly soluble. We had to convert them into products that could actually be made using an aqueous base and still retain a bioavailability and an in vitro dissolution profile, both in vivo and in vitro, between 95, 100 and 5 thumb rule. So that was where the work started. So if you ask me what R&D in Murali Krishna, it has all been about research and development. So we are a research and development and innovation-based company. I don't say we do rocket science. We don't do rocket science. We are not into that business. But yes, we do work towards trying to give a better product. One of the primary reasons why we worked on an aqueous system was, if you look at the problems that solvents give to the patients, very few people are aware that any solvent put into a product, which is a formulation, I'm not talking about active pharmaceutical ingredient, the APIs will have solvents in them, but there's also solvent recovery plants that remove 90 to 95% of the solvents in it. But if we add solvents in formulations, there is no way in which you can remove those solvents. And when you cannot remove solvents, solvents are the ones that lead to carcinogenic impact. And if you see the number of cancer patients today, they're not all due to genetic disorders. They're not all due to, they're also due to some of the medicines you're taking. And unless we realize that quick enough, it's not going to be easy. And just for your information, today the ICH guidelines has brought down the residual solvent limit to less than 500 ppm. So from 5,000 to 500 is because even the regulatory bodies have realized it's not easy. So we started working on an aqueous pathway way back in 2005-06, and that was where our R&D started. We have also worked on projects from across the world. Now, what do these contract research organizations mean? As a company, I would not just like to develop something and give it to somebody else for manufacturing. I am not just a CRO. I'm not just a research organization that does development for other people. I would rather do something that would allow me not just to manufacture the product, which would allow me not just to develop the product, but would also allow me to offer that product to different people across the world. So that is the only way in which any manufacturing unit can even earn money. As a contract research organization, you earn limited amount of money. There are methods. You can earn certain amount of royalties, certain amount of sales, but we would like to make it a combination of both the royalty plus what we would like to look at is something where we get a share in the revenue of the product sold across the world. We are also a 100% export-oriented unit. So as you can see here, we are offering integrated CRAM solutions at MKPPL. It covers the entire spectrum from formulation design to commercial scale-up. This seamless approach allows clients to benefit from a one-stop solution, optimizing time and resources. There's high-quality manufacturing at MKPPL is driven by advanced customer-provided technologies. The focus is on precision, reliability, and ensuring that the products meet the stringent quality standards and client specifications efficiently. When I say this, it is not just about our meeting as something which it's a customer-based approach. The customers also require us to be regulatory compliant. That is, we need to have plants which are approvable or approved by US FDA, European Union, or any other world body of the regulatory bodies which are available across the world, and we match those specifications. When I talk about us as a company, I'll come back to this product later, but when we talk about Murali Krishna Pharma, what is it that we do? I said PFIs. PFIs is a very simple word for what I do. So we are into drug delivery systems. We started as a normal encapsulation system or a normal suspension. Today we are into nano suspensions. We specialize in nanoparticles, we specialize in nano encapsulations, we do liposomal encapsulations of products. In what way does this help people? When you encapsulate any product liposomally, liposome is one thing which is absorbed by the human body very easily. And what happens when you bring down the particle size? The smaller the particle size, the larger is the surface area that a product can impact or affect. Just as Dr. Mohan was mentioning about diabetes turning into a literal 80% of the population of the country suffering from diabetes, let me also tell you, the biggest endemic across the world is anemia. India itself contributes to 67% of its women suffering from anemia, and despite our talking about an anemia Mukt Bharat, we still are not anywhere close to it. The reason being that every anemic mother is going to give birth to an anemic child. Is it because there's no medicine? No, there are free folate and iron supplements available across the world, and India gives a lot of free supplements to everybody. Why don't these supplements help people? The reason is there is a compliance story as far as the products go. Patients don't like taking those tablets. They cause gastric irritation. At first pass metabolism itself, it turns into a state that is a ferric state which is practically indigestible, has its own complications, and patients do not take it beyond 2 or 3 days. So unless the hemoglobin falls below 6, then the doctor suggests a ferric carboxymaltose or an iron sucrose injection to be given to the patient, which is a very temporary way of bringing it up. Unfortunately, the baby within the mother is already anemic. So this was a project. Now here when I'm talking about the transdermal lotion, this was a project that came into us from Canadian government and then came to the Indian government, and then through IIT Bombay we were asked to create a delivery system for iron which was neither oral nor injectable. Injectable requires medical intervention, and we were asked to do something which wouldn't require either of these two things. That is when we developed our first product, that was transdermal oil. In this, what we did was we used nanoparticles of iron, folic acid, D3 and B12, and these nanoparticles were liposomally encapsulated and then blended with a cold-pressed oil. This oil was applied on the navel of the babies, and there was a community trial run for 1 year by KEM Hospital. It was a CTRAI trial that was run. The quantum of iron provided in this was less than 1.5 milligrams per 2.5 ml of the lotion. It was a very, very small quantity of iron because there were babies involved and we didn't want to do anything that could create any harmful impact. Lot of toxicology studies, animal PK/PD, all were done before the CTRAI trials were conducted on the babies. What we observed, yes, we didn't observe a great increase in iron in the first phase because first there were no tests done on the babies starting the process, since they were 0 to 6 months and 6 months to 12 months for the babies' ages. But what was actually observed was D3 went through very well, B12 showed a very huge absorption. But iron, we didn't find a great difference, but something very interesting that was seen in the iron was that the babies who were given the product did not turn anemic, while the babies who were put on the placebo did turn anemic. So that was our first answer that yes, this could work. And post this, we started working on the product better. And today, this product, what we are talking of, is a transdermal iron lotion, which is undergoing CDSCO approval right now. And this product actually works very well. We have also started a CTRAI trial on the same product. This product gives you 5 milligrams of iron per 2.5 ml of the lotion. Here what we have done, we have also lyophilized these liposomes to increase stability of the product over the long run. So we have a facility that's already approved by European Union for this product. We have the same facilities where we also do oral liquids and these products. So once the product gets the requisite approvals, we will be offering it to the people. And what has been observed as far as the bioavailability and the transferrin and the ferritin levels in the people is that the iron levels which we have observed in the incremental iron quantities has been around 70 to 80% has been the incremental ferritin and transferrin levels in the human beings. So this is not being done on pregnant women as of now. This is being done on 14 to 44 age group girls and women who are not pregnant, because we didn't want to run any trials on the pregnant category yet. We said we will look at it as a separate trial once we get the requisite approvals for the same. So this is as far as this product goes, and hopefully this product will see the light of the day shortly whenever we get the approval from CDSCO. In the meantime, yes, we are, because it's taken us more than 2 years to reach the level where we are at today to get the approvals. We are also bringing out this product in what we call as a cosmeceutical, under cosmeceutical license, because it is taking a long time. So this product also is going to go into Africa and others through what we are calling as the WTC is going to be our partner for offering the product across the world. So this is, as I mentioned, on the transdermal oil. It was done on 444 infants. Anemia rates reduced by 7.38. And main thing, no skin irritation. This is something which everybody should understand, that iron has a tendency to cause what is termed as microbial infection on the skin. The particle size of our product is less than 200 nanometers. So when it's less than 200 nanometers, it goes through the stratum corneum, goes through the epidermis and to the dermis level, and creates a depot there as per the human body system. Because the pores are not enhanced when the product goes through it, that is the reason why there is no skin irritation. There is no residual iron left on your skin. So we are accredited, as I mentioned. We also are employing AI now in a lot of our processes in order to optimize the processes and get better results with lower losses, to put it very rightly. But yes, AI does help a lot when we are talking about such work. The reason being that over a period of time, people will realize that AI is a very good tool to use. It's dangerous in its own way, but it's good when you know what you're using it for. So artificial intelligence allows you predictability. I'm an engineer by education. So for me, as I'm an engineer, I'll always tell only one thing. Engineering teaches you logic. And logic is the way forward for any work or anything that anybody does. So what is it that CRAMS do? Basically, you have adaptable R&D fees based on the product which you are doing. You have what is called an R&D fees, flexible payment structures, upfront or royalty-based. Cost estimation is volume and resource-based. And basically, it's an end-to-end service. You are not just giving development. You are going ahead and doing something beyond development for a product. You are actually working on giving something which a person can utilize. We do the complete tech transfer, we do the complete manufacturing. So we are ready with a file, ready to file dossier available from our side to the country concerned. Right now we are working on around 10 505B2s in the US. We are filing around 2 to 4 ANDAs in the US. Besides this, we are doing our filings in Europe. So Europe and US are our major markets. Besides this, we are also going to be working in the MENA region in a large way. So we have a proven track record. We have worked with big names. In fact, during the COVID period, we had our first research project, one research project that was very interesting. Unfortunately, the clinical trials took a longer time in getting it through. But we were given a product to make that could act as a preventive part for COVID. It was a tablet. It was made with very unique substance, which we actually worked on. But yes, it was a very good product. And all of us used it. At least at my plant, I know everybody used it during the COVID, and it worked. Despite traveling across the world, I never faced any issues with COVID. And I'm probably one of the few people who never had COVID. I mean, vaccines were one part of the story, but yes. So what you get is more, we actually aim to work on more personalized Medicare. The reason being, if you asked me in 2004 what was the vision of Murali Krishna Pharma, the vision that time was an aqueous-based technology, what we called as a regulatory compliant facility. Today, if you ask me what is the vision of Murali Krishna Pharma, ever since we entered into nano encapsulations and liposomal encapsulations, the vision of Murali Krishna Pharma is towards patient compliance, lower dosage, lower toxicity, and that is exactly where we work on. And I hope that with whatever we are doing, we are able to give good products to people, allow people to actually get the benefits of good medicine and not have to struggle with having to take long-drawn medicines. In fact, one of the work which we are working in right now is also in GLP-2, where we are trying to work on the GLP-2 products, trying to bring them out in what we call as a sublingual manner rather than trying to bring it in the injectable, because people do have a phobia for injections across the world. So while Ozempic injection is preferable to the semaglutide tablet, I think injections still people are not very happy, even if it's just an IM. So I think I rest my case with what I'm talking about here, and these are all the market opportunities. And what we do is basically all platform technology. So we work on soft mist inhalation, SMIs where we specialize in it. Again, that's a nano-encapsulated product or nano-suspension-based product. We have worked on corticosteroids, which nobody else in the world has worked on. BI has worked on non-corticosteroid-based products for SMIs. We have devices which are not infringing on the BI device. These devices can be used for a variety of, they have multiple functionalities. We can also work on cancer on such kind of devices, using these devices, especially when it comes to lung cancer. These are all about the takeaways from this. So I'd like to end my talk with only stating one thing. Being a research-driven organization is not very easy. Our R&D is also approved by DSIR. It's a long road, it's a tough road. But if you take that road, I really think that you will be able to create a better world in the future. And I think at the end of the day, whether you're in pharma or you're in food, I think you need to work towards making the world a better place for people to live in. You cannot give out products, you cannot give out things which do not help people. Otherwise, I think there's no point in being in this field. It's better to be in textiles or something else. With no offense to any of those businesses either. Thank you very much. Jai Maharashtra, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, Dr. Satya, for taking us through the very, very, I would say, important work which has been done by you and which is being undertaken by you. What I could see is there is so much of work in varied areas, in therapeutic areas like cancer, dermatology, anemia, ophthalmology, nutrition. And you have put the nanotechnology to use into all these areas, improving the patient outcomes as well as contributing in order to have a better treatment options for the patient into these therapeutic areas. In fact, what I could read is there are areas like R&D, innovation, there is contract research, manufacturing, probably marketing, and that's what, entrepreneurship is all about. So you have, it's like a one-man army, it's a one-woman army, I can say, with respect to Murali Krishna Exports. Thank you so much. Can I request Dr. Satya to please come on stage to present a memento as a matter of respect and gratitude to her.
She's been a very good friend of mine. And she started her entrepreneurial journey when she has nothing. She has reached a stage very successfully. And all kudos to you for your hard work, commitment, and dedication. Her son Krishna is sitting there, so you should also be proud of your mother. Please come here. You have recently been, her son has recently been conferred doctorate. Okay? And I must congratulate.
It's in pharmacology and basically
So-
it's in cancer and autoimmune diseases.
So what you have done today is finally releasing fruits now, and you both should be proud of each other actually.
I'm always proud
Yeah,
of
I'm
you.
quite proud of her, yeah.
Yeah. What I want actually, instead of me giving the memento, you should give it to your mother. You go to that side. That side. That side. That side. Come. Dr. Satya here. इसको ओपन कर, ओपन जस्ट ओपन इट। नो इसको करना है। नो इसको करना है। So it must be a happy moment for you when your son gives you the memento. And
Wonderful. I think all these years it was my mother, you insisted that my mother give it, unfortunately.
she is not, yes, true.
So it's my son this time.
Thank you very much. Many congratulations. Wish you all the best.
Can I just say 2 words?
Yeah, please.
Yes, sure.
First of all, Dr. Satya, thank you very much for everything. And yes, I'm proud of both my children. And Krishna, actually, why I say that is because of my insistence on setting up a plant in a Mofussil area like Ranjangaon near Pune. I literally shepherded him in his 7th standard from Bombay into a place like Ranjangaon and put him up in a school in Shirur, RMD school. And he completed his 10th there. Not even once he ever complained about the kind of, the change that he had to undergo as a youngster. Of course, my parents are totally responsible for what he is today more than me because my late father was an emeritus professor with IIT Bombay and my mother is a school teacher, retired school teacher and economics person. But they brought both my children up. I thank my kids and my parents for whatever I am today. If it were not
Let's
for
give
my
a huge round
family,
of
I wouldn't
applause
be
to
there.
Dr. Satya.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's come.
Let's move on with the program, and we have the next session on reversing diabetes in India, a path to healthier lives. Dr. Vishal Gupta. I have the pleasure to introduce Dr. Vishal Gupta to you. After returning from the UK, having trained at the prestigious Northeast Thames London Group of Hospital, Dr. Bart's, St. Bart's and Royal London NHS Trust, and securing the MRCP degree in 2007, Dr. Vishal Gupta envisioned the opening of a holistic under one roof diabetes, thyroid and endocrine center, which eventually took shape in 2014. Since then, the center services more than 14,000 patients per year, and his motto has been gifting life. In order to achieve that vision, he has led research from the forefront that has helped alter existing guidelines and treatment protocols in order to improve patient quality of life and longevity. He wrote a book called Beyond Type 2 Diabetes in 2020, which summarizes his research and understanding of diabetes, addressing difficult to manage conditions like diabetes and infections, immunity, cancer, heart and kidney disease, and most of all, nutrition. It especially guides healthcare providers to manage heart and renal complications. He founded a national international endocrine group called INDEA, Indian Diabetes Endocrine Association, that holds a yearly conference with the aim to educate primary and secondary healthcare providers on latest research and outcomes in diabetes and endocrinology. So, the floor is yours, sir, Dr. Vishal Gupta, for reversing diabetes in India, a path to healthier lives.
I'd like to thank Dr. Satya Brahma, Network 7, Dr. Mohan, my parents, my beautiful kids, my wife, and my team. Now, sorry, Dr. Mohan, I'm going to make this sound difficult. So, and the difficulty starts off with this primary question. So before I start, let's say if all of you got diabetes in the room and were never diabetic, what would you all choose? Diabetes reversal or ABC? I would choose ABC. I'd like a show of hands. So please, my question should be, is very specific. Each and every one in this room develops type 2 diabetes. What would you choose? Diabetes reversal, or Dr. Mohan would agree, a statin, blood pressure medication in about 40-50% of people who are just new onset diabetes, which becomes 80% over 5 to 7 years, and at least 2 diabetic drugs, one in the morning and one at night. Obviously, vitamin D replacement, vitamin B12 replacement as the bare minimum. Can I get a show of hands for, I need some help, please. We'll make this a little interactive. Yeah, please. So I have 1 in 7 or 1 in 8 saying diabetes reversal, and every single other person would succumb to medication. Is that right? Okay, I'll make this a little tougher. I tell all the patients, we go to Calcutta once a month and we've got this amazing patient database there. I'm so happy with the ones who are 60 plus, but so unhappy with the ones between 16 and 40. They don't come on time, they don't take their drugs, and they think they're going to live forever. Now, on that note, we have 1 in 7 or 1 in 8 who has chosen diabetes reversal, and the others that have chosen medication, okay? So let's start the journey. I think the questions I would like to ask, right? What is diabetes reversal? And I think we as healthcare professionals are confused about that ourselves. I'll tell you what is the guideline. I'll project 2 patients because they come recently to mind amongst the many, many who come to us. I'm going to ask the question, is it really possible to reverse diabetes? What is the best means to do it? And can it stay reversed? And for how long would it stay reversed? Does that make sense? Yeah? So let's answer each question as we move on, right? So the first question, so in different heads, the first question, is it really possible? What do healthcare providers like Dr. Mohan, as one of our leaders in the country, initiates guidelines with international groups? What do they think diabetes reversal is? This definition evolved from 2009 to 19 to 2024. And what was the evolution? What science believes is that you be glucose-centric. What that means is you concentrate on the blood glucose. If the blood glucose comes down in the so-called safe range of below A1, of an A1C, anyone, all of you know what's an A1C, right? It's the average blood sugar that's measured over. Most people say 3 months, I say 2 months, and actually it's about 71 days, with 60% contributing 90% and 11 days is about the tail, right? So I'd say 2 to 3 months. Everybody, anybody doctors besides Dr. Mohan and myself? No. So this is an average that we use as doctors to assess what the average diabetes is. And we like to believe that once you're below a certain range, you're safe. So doctors and societies want this number to be below 6.5. And they want them to be that way for 3 months without any medication. All right? Now, I have great problems with this. And I'll tell you my problems through these 2 cases that we're going to project. Okay? And I say these 2 cases come to mind recently. I want to take you through all the numbers. Keep ABC in mind. I have a motto that we as Indian healthcare providers we start too little too late. We will use small doses very late in their therapy created by the problems of a healthcare provider and inherent inertia by the patient. I like to keep my numbers really, really low and really, really strict. So let's look at this patient. You'd all agree. So this patient, basically, we saw him in 2017. So just to cut a long story short, all of you, when you looked at these numbers, except Dr. Mohan and me, will see something really special here. You look at the cholesterols, they are way above the sort of cutoffs. I want you to keep an eye on the triglycerides. I want you to keep an eye on the creatinine. The triglyceride guideline for the world and the Americans is the cardiologists want them to be treated when they're above 200. The Diabetes Association, that's the Americans and the Europeans, say 150. I tell the Americans and the Europeans, Indians are not, we are not them, they're not us. And we recently published some papers at the American Diabetes Association just now, and we revised that number to 128, where we showed that the liver starts getting hurt above those numbers, especially when the duration of diabetes is more than 7 years. Look at the creatinine, look at the amount of protein that the patient is leaking. Dr. Mohan and I would agree that this number actually starts changing at 17.3. And guidelines say that you want them under 17. Look at the creatinine, it falls within the reference range. But this patient, when he comes to you with these numbers, is actually in trouble, right? And you can know that he's going to be in trouble. So what do we do over 1 year? Look at all his numbers. You'd say, wow, you got these numbers under great control. The lipids and the cholesterols are brilliant. I like to keep such a high. So if you look at this patient and if you try to risk factor control into major or minor risk factors, remember 2 things. When somebody is above 50 and somebody has 7 years of duration of diabetes or more, these two become major risk factors. I'm not bringing diabetes, I'm not bringing the blood pressures, I'm not bringing the cholesterols, I'm not bringing 15 other biomarkers that contribute to the risk factor profile. We showed through our research between 2019 and 2021 that despite 2 years of fantastic control with all these numbers as this patient, up to 39% of Indians have what we call as subclinical heart failure, the 4th musketeer in the cardiovascular death profile. For unfortunately, we don't have any treatment to. So you'd all agree that this patient became brilliant, okay? He returns back in 2024. So 2017 to about 18, we treated him. He disappeared from our practice. He came back in 2024. And this was about, I think, 2 or 2.5 months back. So we found out that this gentleman had joined some clinic for diabetes reversal. He joined some app, went off all his drugs, started a nutritional plan, a lifestyle plan. I'll elaborate that as we go on. Remember one thing, you can reverse diabetes as little as 6.5 days. The process of reversal starts for the glycemia, and we get this data from bariatric surgery. We get this from patients who had bariatric surgery, who've dropped 26.9% of weight over the first 1 year period. So you know that this process starts reversing in as little as 6.5 days. And I'll tell you about the direct study and its extensions and so on and so forth, which were lifestyle studies. So no carbs, lifestyle, walking, exercising, eating fruits, vegetables. His A1C came down to 6%. Would you all agree he reversed his diabetes by the guidelines? You'd all agree, right? Show of hands? All agree? Okay. So he comes to us, he gets a massive heart attack in about April. His pumping in his heart drops down to about 25%. His creatinine, look at that, goes to 1.6, and in our medical terminology, we divide the kidney, or we stage the kidney disease into 1, 2, 3A, B, 4, and 5. You really don't want to enter stage 3A and 3B because that has a direct correlation. And I tell people the kidneys, the heart, and the eyes are one, right? You got a kidney problem, you've got anywhere from a 7 to 19% of cardiac death per year, and that is massive. His pumping comes down, so his kidneys enter stage 3A disease where the kidney functions below 60 and above 45. And you look at I was surprised by his HbA1c at just about 7.5. Would you call this diabetes reversal? Right? By definitions for healthcare society, yes. As Dr. Mohan says, there's a tiger within you. I call it Ravan within you. But that tiger within you got a hold of this gentleman 7 years down the line, even though the glycemic control came down. Now, I want to show you another case, and this patient has been under our care for 9 years. Okay? He came to us with an A1C that's really uncontrolled, and the way we figure this out is you take this number of A1C and multiply it by 27 or 29, and that's the average blood sugar you get over about 60 to 70 days. And that's quite high. Look at his blood pressures, way above the guidelines that you want. Now, I've brought on, he's a male patient, he's young, he's happily married. He's got a roughly shorter duration of diabetes of less than 6 years. He has got somebody who's relatively got a lower fasting glucose, greater insulin resistance over deficiency. This is a person who you can essentially attempt to reverse. So he's happy, he's got a good stable job. You agree that over 4 years we got his BMI down from 29 to 26, so we dropped that. One of the additional benefits of dropping a BMI by about 5 points, you know that there's a 34% risk reduction of cancer associated with diabetes. Assessment, so look at his cholesterols, brilliant cholesterols. I like to target the LDL below 55. Look at his inflammatory markers. The inflammatory marker is good. ApoB is another lipid fraction I like to look at because as many as 6 to 7 out of 10 diabetes have a greater triglyceride level, which gives you a false low LDL. So I like to look at that to make sure that this patient is really doing well and it's not a false low. Now, because he turned 50 plus, I decided to do a risk assessment. Look at his calcium score in his heart. We did what we call a CT calcium score. When that goes above 100, there's a direct association with heart disease. Strokes, there's a direct association with stents, bypasses, with angioplasties. His number was 892. His wife comes for this. I see his wife for the first time in 9 years, and she comes in, looks at it, reads the number, and says, "Is my husband going to be safe?" And these are brilliant numbers we've acquired over 7 years. His triglycerides at presentation were 280, and still 9 years having lost this weight, his triglycerides are in the 150s and 60s, keep fluctuating. And we did a liver fibro scan that suggested that his liver is going to be in trouble in the next 5 to 10 years. His A1C came down to 5.5, and it's been that way for the last 4 years. Would you call this diabetes reversal? The difference is now that he is under our care. Okay? Would you call this diabetes reversal? Yes or no? Who says diabetes reversal? The definitions say diabetes reversal. Have you managed to reverse his diabetes? Answer is absolutely not. Now, reversing the blood sugars does not translate into reversing diabetes, the disease, or the spectrum. It's a completely different ballgame. So my question always asks is, what are you reversing? Are you reversing age? Are you reversing genetics? We know there are lots of new epigenes that are coming in. Are you reversing the waistline, the obesity, the heart changes, the kidney changes, the inflammatory markers? Are you changing the nerves, the autonomic nerves? You know, 1 in 3 patients have got some sort of personal interaction reduction, sexual nerves. The autonomic nerves is supplying the gut. What are you really reversing? The elevated triglycerides, what are you reversing? The liver disease. So you have to take the entire picture in mind. Don't forget, there's a reason we were asked to stay in the rooms when we were during COVID. We asked the diabetics to stay inside because you know that there was a threefold increased risk of mortality in them. And part of the reason was the immune system. So can diabetes be reversed? Okay, can it really be accomplished? The answer is maybe. The magic number is 15% of your body weight needs to come down. And the question is, how long can you do that? I'm going to give you data for exercise, for the surgery, and for medical therapy. But we'll start with data for lifestyle. Because every single person who comes to us wants to take lifestyle. And we had this seminal study called the DIRECT study, which was an American study. The Australians did something very similar. The Middle Easterns, Qatar did something very similar called the Diadem 3. The look ahead looked at achieving 7% body weight in about 5,000 people. And the stop NIDDM was more a medical type of a reversal with a drug called Ecarbos that controls the flow of blood sugars. What did they find? When you dropped 5% of the body weight, there was as much as only 5% reversal. When you achieved 5 to 10% body weight, there was 29% reversal. When there was 10 to 15% body weight, there was 60% reversal. And when there was 15% and more, there was 70% reversal from the DIRECT study. Unfortunately, the large study, the look ahead, achieved only 7% of weight loss. So that didn't give us a lot of information. But we got information from heart disease. This was the phenotype that I told you. Male, younger, diabetes of less than 6 years of duration, happy, stable, greater insulin resistance, lesser fasting glucose, on fewer medications. These were the people who you could reverse. To get heart benefits, you have to have minimum 10% of weight reduction. And remember, only 1 to 2 can achieve this over a long duration of time. And I'll show you the work behind this. So, what is the best means to achieve the reversal? Again, coming down to the 3 groups. Let's talk about lifestyle. Now, I'll bring in the first and the second questions together in this. Failure to stay in remission is directly related to weight gain. Remember that. Which means it's next to impossible to keep the weight down. So the DIRECT study, when they looked at 5 years hence, what did they find? That the average weight loss between the control group and the treatment group was no different, just a kilogram. The people who were under vigilance by the general practitioners, they had a greater weight loss of about half a kilo over the control group. And when you looked at the remission, at the end of 5 years, only 10% achieved remission, which translated in 1 in 10 in this study. And this was the extension of the primary study that was done in the UK. What do we know from bariatric surgery? We know that over 12 years, when you lose 26.9% weight from 2 very big studies, the reversal can be achieved in as many as 50 and 30% over 12 years. And I told you this is directly related to the amount of weight that somebody gains back. So this remission reduces by 5% for the first year, up to 15% for the 5th year, going to 37% of the patients gaining as much as 25% of the body weight. Choosing the right bariatric surgery is also as important because people who do the bypass versus people who just do a sleeve gastrectomy that is cutting the stomach, the failure rate for the sleeve gastrectomy or cutting the stomach is 2 times as much as the bypass. But don't forget, 3 out of 1,000 is going to die. 1 in 10 are going to need some sort of support, revision or some surgery complications. And it's a very difficult or a tedious process. Something that is psychologically scary too. So there is no doubt surgery over lifestyle is a clear winner. My question is medical therapy. Now we are the first group in the world who's shown the oral semaglutide's clinical data, the British Endocrine Society, in November of 2023. And I call this class of drugs the Brahmastra or the Trishul, which is what I tell all the patients. It's next level brilliance. And I was asked to talk on semaglutide. So this was the paper. We did a great research paper. It was propensity score matching of the highest statistical analysis. And I'll tell you what we saw. We saw 71% achieving weight loss over 5%. We saw 18% achieving weight loss over 10%. We saw 12% achieving weight loss over 12%. We saw 11% who were non-responders and actually gained weight. But even in the ones who gained weight, they achieved statistical significance of inflammatory marker reduction, an independent marker of cardiovascular death. So great molecule. I think we are the first group in the world who's shown that weight loss of more than 10% was directly related to the TSH levels, which is the thyroid levels. I've always targeted my thyroid patients for a TSH of 0.3 to 0.9, and we show for the first time that if you keep the TSH below 0.9, you can actually achieve the weight loss so much easier than the other groups. And this was also true for the people who lost weight of more than 15%. Now the question is, can you sustain this weight? And coming back to my Brahmastra, which is the injectable semaglutide, popularly known as Ozempic, this was the select study that looked at 41 countries, diverse populations, looked at over 17,000 people. Over 40 months, you achieved a 9.4% weight loss. Over 60 months, you got 10.2% weight loss, breaching that number. 50% reduced their BMI by a stage, and 12% reversed their BMIs to below 12. They dropped 7.7% on the waistline. The reason this 7.7% centimeters on the waistline is important, because we know from the cardiac data that for every 1%, 1 centimeter loss on the waistline, your heart benefits by 2%, and this is a huge number. So do we have sustenance data with this drug over 65 months? The answer is yes. Is there a crescendo to the weight loss over a duration of time? Answer is yes. I'll show you the third kid on the block. That is, actually there are 4 kids, 2 more kids on the block that are coming. There is rutatrutide. Look at the last column of weight loss, more than 20%. You see as much as 90%, so 60% people, 2 in 3 achieve weight loss of more than 20%. That's awesome. And I think when the oral semaglutide second generation launches in the next 6 months, it's meant to be better than the popularly known drug tirzepatide that you all know as Mounjaro, and Ozempic or Wegovy that you all know as semaglutide, and I think that's going to break the market in the next 6 months. So if I was to summarize this entire talk very quickly, what I'd say, diabetes reversal, I don't think it's possible. You can reverse hyperglycemia, not the disease. Treat diabetes as 2 diseases, the fact that you can see in 54% of people and what you cannot see. Achieve for over 15% of weight loss, try to sustain it. You must achieve minimum 10% weight loss for heart benefits. Bariatric surgery over medical therapy. I wouldn't go down the surgical line. It's overwhelming. It's psychologically disturbing with its own problems. And I think with the advent of new drugs, there is going to be death of surgery. Thank you. This is my team, my mom, my strength, my dad, my whole team, my kids, my heartbeat. I live for them. My wife, my strength, my team without which I wouldn't be here. Thank you so much. I hope I've been able to send some message across. Happy to take any question. I hope you all don't have any.
Thank you so much for this wonderful session on reversing diabetes in India. I would now request Dr. Satya Brahma to please come on the stage to present a memento as a token of our gratitude and respect to Dr. Vishal Gupta.
Wonderful talk. I would like to call upon Padma Shri Dr. V. Mohan to join with me to give the memento to Dr. Vishal Gupta, whom he looks at as an inspiration. And he told me in the, when I called him for the speakership, when I told the name of Dr. V. Mohan, he told I would love to look at his presentation. And I thought what better moment could be, to get it like this actually. Sir, please give it to him.
Can we have a round of applause, please?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now go to the last part of this first session, which is a panel discussion. And the theme for the panel discussion is navigating the healthcare crisis amidst war, climate change, and regulatory hurdles. I would now request Dr. Satya Brahma to please come forward and take over for this session as the moderator.
Today we are having with us Padma Shri Dr. Mukesh Batra. Thank you very much for coming over here. Let's give him a huge round of applause over him. So we are going to have a panel discussion, which is going to be an interesting one. I would like to call upon Professor Dr. V. Mohan here. You are the guiding spirit, so I think you will lead us here. Mr. Sushant Ravarane, co-founder and director, Adroid Biomed Limited. And Professor Dr. Sunil Deshpande, please come here for a panel discussion. The program head of pharmaceutical management of IES Mumbai. And Dr. Sainath, the chief operating officer of Nakoda Chemicals, to be with us. And he has come all the way from Hyderabad. Please come on, sir. Here then. So this is going to be a televised panel discussion, so I would like all of you to switch off your mobile phones. So we are going to discuss about healthcare crisis in times of war. We have been witnessing wars across the globe. We have seen the fall of Bangladesh government. You have seen Taliban taking over Afghanistan. And you have seen human rights violations and healthcare denial at Lebanon, also at Gaza. The topic I chose for this panel discussion is how do we ensure that healthcare delivery and access during the wartime? And what are the regulatory hurdles for this actually? What happens when the president of Israel denies that United Nations president to come to give healthcare delivery to those people who are suffering from war? I would like to start with Professor Dr. V. Mohan. Dr. V. Mohan is an authority in diabetes. I've already explained he's the father of Indian diabetes, and I think he will shed some light. I'll start with him first and then go to the next round. How do we ensure healthcare access and delivery in times of war, especially when we see that the people are dying, there are no medical facilities, United Nations goes out to help, but it doesn't happen? What best we could do to increase the level of diplomacy so that it goes out to them actually?
I think it's not an easy thing to answer. During war, it's very difficult to do this. Let me talk about my specialty, and you said people dying. And the simplest example that you can give in my specialty is type 1 diabetes. So, type 1 diabetes, if children or adults with type 1 diabetes don't get insulin, they will die. As simple as that. 100 years ago, 103 years ago, we didn't have insulin. And all children died within 2 weeks to 1 year. Was the kind of 1 year was the kind of maximum survival of any child with type 1 diabetes. Today we have got 70-year, 80-year survival thanks to insulin. If insulin just enters into the body, the child will be alive. Insulin you stop, the child will die, whatever else treatment you give in the world. So at the time of crisis like this, and it need not be just war, it can be tsunami, it can be earthquakes, it can be anything else. If the supply is cut off, then children will die. And I'll just give you an example. Dr. J.P. Bose, who was a diabetologist before my father's time, although my father is called as the father of diabetology in India, there was a man from Calcutta, Dr. J.P. Bose, who was actually running a diabetic clinic in Calcutta in 1923 onwards. And during the World War time, he wrote to the Surgeon General of India, British man, and told him, sir, if a single child dies in this country due to lack of insulin, because insulin, there's no insulin made in India, it had to come from UK, and the war was there, World War is going on. If the ships don't come, and if the insulin doesn't come, children will die. So he said, I will hold you responsible. For any child who dies in this country, I will hold you responsible if insulin does not come to India. And the Surgeon General wrote back to him and said, I will ensure that not a single child dies in this country, and I will ensure that essential supplies go on. So in any war situation, if we are human beings and not animals, I think we should see that the basic rights of a human being to be alive. Can you say that during war you will starve everyone and kill everyone? Or you will not give food or water to people? So when you have essential medicines like oxygen or insulin to be given, which is life-saving, if you don't give that, it's nothing short of murder. You're completely murdering. There's nothing different from cutting off insulin to a type 1 diabetic child and taking a knife and stabbing the child. It's almost the same. Probably the knife is easier. At least the child will die immediately. The other is going to be a more painful death. So in any war situation, it has been ensured that, you have the peace people holding the white flag and so on. These are the people who have to ensure that basic democratic rights like giving food to people or water to people or insulin to people has to be ensured. And insulin, just one example. There could be other, if an asthmatic doesn't get oxygen, then what happens? They'll also die. So COPD. So these things have to be ensured. And more, international policies, United Nations and all other agencies, WHO, are ensuring war may be there, but people should not suffer from these basic needs of the war. So that is a human right, and that is something which has to be established. If you go beyond that, then you're just an animal and you're just a savage. You're not a human being anymore. No president of any country can say, I will kill everyone and think. Then you're not a human being at all. You shouldn't be living in this world at all. That is my opinion, and I think that's the international opinion of all people.
Right. So let's come from the academic perspective to Professor Dr. Sunil Deshpande. I don't think there is a syllabus in your pharmaceutical management which talks about healthcare access and delivery in times of war. Are there any subjects in the curriculum which you tutor?
No, we always advocate these areas because they are very essential for healthcare.
Do you suggest the government of different nations to have this particular subject since the escalating tensions going on in the third world countries and everywhere actually?
Yeah, absolutely. It's very essential because when this topic was brought forward, I did some research on this.
Okay.
And I would just like to share two thoughts on this. After the World War II, they also tried to identify what would be the impacts, of the World War II. And what they found out, there are research papers on this particular topic, that during the first 5 years of life, if the child has been exposed to a war, then it results into adverse effects on health in the adulthood. And the areas where these adverse effects vary, it could even be cancer, it could be metabolic diseases, it could be angina, it could be cardiovascular diseases and obesity. So they found out a correlation between the exposure to the war in the first 5 years and then the manifestation of the varied diseases and disorders later in the adulthood. And number two, I found a very interesting research paper, especially on what you said, which is called as the 12D framework. And this particular framework actually designs the effects of war into three aspects. And one is on the health, the second is on the determinants of the social health, and the third is determinants on the environmental health. So, on the health per se, basically the effects can be mortality, death. It could be disabilities, that is from acute injuries of the war. It could be disorders and diseases. It could be dependency on alcohol and various illicit drugs. It could be deformities, mental as well as physical. On the social determinants of health, it could be disparities in socio-economic and health. For example, inequalities in income, displacement of population affected by the war.
But how do you address these challenges? That is the moot question. Yeah, Professor Mohan, yeah.
So, I was forgot to tell that how it is being addressed. In fact, there are
The
articles
world is
written on
divided.
that.
On the one side,
so, the
yeah.
one thing that people do is, for example, airlines come forward.
Right.
Okay. So, British Airways may come forward, or Emirates may come forward, or somebody will come forward and say, we will fly these medicines free to these regions because that is our contribution to that. Pharmaceutical agencies will come forward and say, people cannot at that time afford things. There is no money, there is nothing, war is there. So, we will give it free. So, from there. Then there are agencies. For example, the case of insulin, there's something called LFAC, Life for a Child.
Right,
It's based in Australia. They will be identifying every part of the world where there is a calamity. Whether it's an earthquake, whether it's a tsunami, whether it's a war, their only job is to ensure their interest is type 1 diabetes. They don't want children to die. Because just give the insulin, child will live. If you don't give insulin, they'll die. As simple as that. No other disease is so dramatic. Where you just stop this, they'll die, So they will ensure that insulin is given. And there are voluntary agencies, Medicines Sans Frontiers, Without Borders. These are all voluntary agencies, NGOs, Rotary will come in, Lions will come in. They'll all join hands together. And these are all people who are protected under a war. So if a Rotary and Greenpeace or water, all these kind of agencies join together and say we are helping people, and they will of course check whether any arms or ammunition is going. But no, even the craziest Hitler may not, stop somebody if you say I'm going to save some child there and giving, medicines to them. They will not. I think we have come. The World War II has taught us a lot of things, and so beyond that, there are certain, whatever may happen in the world, certain essential things have to go on. And that will go on even if the war is
Are we
there.
helpless?
We are helpless, but there are solutions for that. And there are agencies working only for that situation. So otherwise there will be mass deaths, We have not heard of millions of people dying due to things. That's not happening. But somewhere along the line between the army ranks and so on, these help will be still going on.
But the trucks of medicines are loaded and kept at the Gaza Strip.
Yeah.
It's not coming over there actually.
That's the best that you can do. And if you have mad people in the world, then these things happen.
I wish there are so many Dr. Mohan's clinics over there, so they could send without any problems actually. Now coming back to Mr. Sushant, who is the owner of the fastest growing pharmaceutical companies and specializing in cosmetology and dermatology, what are the regulatory hurdles you face in supplying to these countries in times of war, number one? Number two, what kind of request you get it from the government of India or you receive from the United Nations anywhere? And how do you address these problems as a responsible pharmaceutical company, as a part of your CSR? How do you address this actually? Please tell me your experience.
For having me on the show.
Right.
Let me take this into the three pieces that you have asked in question.
Right.
Number one, on the regulatory part. So if you look at during such a natural calamity we have most of the drugs which are used are already been approved by the regulatory bodies. So I would say around 90-95% of the drugs which will be used for treating these patients or the victims of the war, okay, you already have those drugs approved and already are in production, okay. So there is a free flow of all these drugs which are available. Now what happens is, as you rightly said, that you have all these medications with you, but ultimately it has to reach to the endpoint where it would be used in. Now say for example you have a truck which is standing at the Gaza border and you are not able to get it to the hospital where the patients have been treated. What's the use of having those medications? So typically what happens, and what I personally feel is, you need to have a right mindset and you need to have a right leadership who will ensure that even in such a case of calamity, the victims are not being penalized, neither do they suffer because of non-availability of the drug. So I personally feel that, majority of the drugs which will be in use will already be there under production and you won't need those kind of regulatory approval. What you need is basically the willpower to make this product available at the hospitals where it has to be used in. Second point was?
Second point is about how do you, what are the challenges you face in supplying those medicines actually?
Yeah, so that's what exactly I was talking about. The challenges would be like, the willingness of the government basically to...
What is your CSR budget for this?
So, see, we are a young growing company.
That, yeah.
So, as of now, we have parked our CSR budget towards education. Okay, so we have been investing in education of children. So, thankfully, I would say, as of now, India has not faced such kind of a natural calamity or a war where, we would have to pitch in, okay? But that's not the case. Our CSR is mostly towards education.
I'll come back to Dr. Srinath here, whose managing director is the president of Bulk Drug Manufacturers Association. Mr. Agrawal is not present here. So I would like to ask you, I would take back to 2020 when the COVID era started actually. We faced an acute shortage of APIs, pharma APIs, which are supplying to the pharma companies. So there were lots of issues coming out to, there was a pressure on you actually to give those drugs to the pharma company to address into this natural calamity which happened, once in a time situation actually.
Yeah.
How prepared were you, whether you were prepared or not, or you were prepared you didn't want to give them, or you thought whether if you give it free of cost, what was going on your mind?
Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Satya, for having me in this event. And during the COVID time, I'm proud to say, being part of the pharmaceutical industry, API industry, specifically for the past 35 years, during the COVID time especially, I'm little proud to say that I was part of the MSN laboratories team that time.
Good.
So just now I'm with the Nakoda Chemicals as COO. So we were the I can say definitely the frontline warriors or the doctors, medical doctors, we are the doctorates who were behind the screen in supporting the kind of medicines that are getting manufactured from the factories. We had the free kind of accessibility to the factories and for the manufacturing things, and we supported especially the remdesivir case I'm trying to specifically talk about, which was very essential during the COVID time. Of course, the pricing was, the affordability was a different issue, but we gave this kind of favipiravir, another drug which came into very quick, the availability for the masses. And not only I can connect a small point here, the regulatory hurdle, it was totally, became obsolete thing during the COVID time. We were asked to produce as good quantities as possible, several drugs like favipiravir, remdesivir kind of thing, in all the available facilities. I'm talking about specifically in Hyderabad case. And we did a good lot of effort in trying to make a quantum of the medications available, and subsequently which went into formulations overnight, and it was made available to the public masses in a very short time. So this is the kind of support the API industry and the formulation industry could also extend for the COVID requirement.
I would like to go back to Professor Dr. Mohan actually here, because you are the only one person who could answer this question. I also strongly feel that India might have a similar situation in near future. We never know actually. Whether it is a natural calamity, whether it is a war-like situation, we don't know actually what is going to happen. Do you think, are we prepared for this, or have you made a blueprint, or there are no blueprint, or we are like a COVID-like situation, like it happens, we don't know, there are no oxygens available, there are no drugs available. So do you think we should be prepared about it?
I think COVID has taught not only India, but the whole world to manage such situations, and to India's credit and to the world's credit, how quickly beds were made available, how quickly oxygen concentrators were made available, how quickly the vaccine came out.
That was in phase 2.
Huh?
That was in phase 2, not in phase 1.
Phase 1, I mean, it takes in what,
Yeah.
1 week you cannot
Okay,
do things.
true.
No, whatever,
Yes.
I mean, if calamity hits you in 1 day, you cannot do.
Right, yes.
But so I don't think the world has responded like this to any other calamity or to any other situation so fast. So I would say COVID actually gave us a lot of confidence that the country itself comes together. Let me just give you an example. Forget about medicines. Food. Okay. So there are houses where only the woman cooks and the woman has got COVID and is in hospital, is in the house itself or taken to hospital or something. How will that household eat? There's no food to eat. Now, people are scared to go there because you'll get COVID.
It's true.
Now, so that's the situation. So, you know that the Gurudwaras did it, Satya Sai
Yes, yeah.
organizations did it, thousands of people did it. Everybody was doing something and saying, okay, these flats we will take care. Now, how do we reach there?
Okay,
We
for
give
all
it-
of you who are not aware, let me tell you, Professor Dr. V. Mohan is actually a trustee of Sri Satya Sai Baba. There actually at Kuttupati actually.
And
Yes.
millions of people we fed every day because the organization has lakhs of people and each one took over 100 houses or 200 houses and so on, and millions of people, and all done free of cost, of course.
True.
Now, how do we reach those people? To reach the people, even the police don't, they've put barricades and you can't enter a street. So how do you reach medical supplies or whatever you want? So we give it to the police. The police then take it to each house. Sometimes we just take it and leave it at in the front of the house and then ring them and say, there is food outside, now you open the door. Because you open the door, you're going to get infection.
True.
All these kind of things were done. Today, with technology, Satya, it's getting very easy. Drones are now supplying medicines to
True,
your
yes.
house. Drones are supplying, can
Tap
supply
yes,
food
yes.
to you. Bigger and bigger drones are coming, which can even bring equipment to you.
True.
All these things are possible. So today, we didn't have that during COVID.
True.
In 2 years' time, the technology has learnt. AI has come in so much. I don't think it's going to be that big a problem. The only problem is going to be if mad leaders are there, mad people are there. You can't do anything with mad people. You know, they are mad. They have to be shot.
But
And,
why
you
we
know,
are not debating so much about this? It's a very significant topic to discuss about.
It is. And I think each country will find, I think there is still goodness in humanity and that there are enough still good people in this world. And that is keeping the world going. Otherwise, the world would have collapsed long ago.
Okay, to an extension of your thought, no, I would talk to an extension of your thought. I want Dr. V. Mohan to ask you a question of my word. Do you want a pharmaceutical management institute, which, Dr. Sunil Deshpande is there, to have a separate syllabus on this? Do you advocate for this? Then he will answer on
Absolutely.
that.
I think it's a great opportunity, isn't it? So if an emergency situation like COVID or equivalent to COVID, they're saying things worse than COVID can come in the future. We never know. Wars are going on now. Biological wars are going on. All kinds of things. The world is not going to be such an easy place to live in. The way we're looking at COVID can be just tip of the iceberg. So in that kind of a situation, what technology can you use and how much of CSR or whatever else you can do to save humanity? And what are the basic things that you have to do? That may be something you can
Do you give a
I just
lecture on?
wanted to express
Yes, please go
one
ahead.
thought on your previous question. See, for example, now if you see, we did pretty well, in terms of the vaccination or the infrastructure. I'm referring even to the city of Mumbai. But there is one area which actually we need really a focus upon is with respect to the supply chains. And the supply chains for the pharmaceutical drugs. Now, if you just to have a corollary, we have a public distribution system in the food. But if you see the role of public sector, the government enterprises in the manufacturing of the drugs, it is still a long way to go. So the entire, even times of calamities like COVID, we had the private sector, rolling up their sleeves, in terms of making the drugs available. And I mean, there were so many different types of drugs which actually went into a short supply during a short period of time. So I see that as a matter of concern, which we need to really keep in mind, to prepare for the future calamities.
Right, I think we're running short of time. I'll just take one round each of you. Starting with you, Dr. Srinath, if you could answer me. Please give me 3 challenges that Indian healthcare system is facing? This is not about the panel discussion. What are the challenges we are facing on the Indian healthcare system? Very brief and quick, yeah.
Yeah, as a single
And a
point.
final answer will come from Dr. V. Mohan.
Single point, yes, we are very good in making or reproducing the active pharmaceutical ingredients or the pharmaceutical drugs. But at the same time, I connect myself being part of the industry last 35 years that we are polluting our entire Indian continent, all the 5 natural elements. So that I'm really very much worried because the government per se, or the individual companies per se are not trying to address that kind of polluting factors vis-a-vis the business making in course of this transition. So I leave this question and the answer to the great public.
All right. So, Sushant, one question to you. How difficult for you to convince Dr. V. Mohan to prescribe your product, given that he doesn't have time, he doesn't meet any reps and anyone? How will you find time to meet him? Because if he doesn't prescribe, people will tell he is not prescribing, who else will do it?
Right. So, sir's specialty is diabetologist.
That is okay, yeah.
We have a cosmetic portfolio. So, per se, there is a portfolio clash which is therein. But in general, for a pharmaceutical company to convince doctor like him would be the innovation. What kind of value are we adding to his patient's practice? For his practice to kind of, treat his patients more efficiently.
But there are so many other pharmaceutical companies that are doing good products actually.
So, thing is that, you need to have an innovative molecule, something which will value add. So, today I personally feel that, it's not an era of bringing any random molecule and making it available for doctors to prescribe. What we have to focus on is what are the challenges that the doctors are facing in? Are we able to provide them with an efficient solution which is of value? So if it is a part of his treatment regime, I certainly feel that there is no scope for the new molecule or the new product to be part of his prescription. And I'm sure if there is no value for him to be providing him to his patient, he's not going to prescribe any a product or a molecule. Okay.
All right, so going to Dr. Sunil Deshpande, a tough question for you. How do you see the future shape of healthcare is evolving? And what are the challenges that you face actually will come?
I think a lot of speakers also spoke on this since morning. I think the first challenge which India needs to address is accessibility of healthcare. And when I say accessibility, it is with respect to infrastructure and the services. And of course, follows what comes second is availability. Because availability of drugs is totally different in a rural setup as compared to the urban setup, which is only 30% of what India's geographical, position is. And the third one, I would say, that's my personal opinion, is we need to buckle up, with respect to the regulatory speed as well as the procedures. Okay, one good, I would say, lining in the sky, in the dark skies was during the COVID time when the government actually tried to, shape up more readily. But then compared with the, say, developed Western worlds, probably we still have a long way to go with respect to new therapy areas. And that's one area which we need to also critically evaluate and ensure that to fulfill the first and the second one, the regulatory would play a major role in that.
Okay, I will ask finally to Professor Dr. B. Mohan. Often I get suggestion from others, even Dr. Sunil Deshpande will agree with me. We feel that pharma academia is being neglected. And pharma academia is not given due importance like the pharma companies or the others are given. Do you agree with me?
Partly correct. I think pharma definitely needs to be given more encouragement. But coming back to what are the challenges?
The road ahead for the future.
Yeah. So Sunil, I think, mentioned it, and before that, Dr. Anil Mathai also mentioned it. See, there is no dearth of fantastic drugs and which are getting better and better. Okay. But the problem is, mention is made about Ozempic and, Mounjaro and retatrutide, and these are drugs which are going to probably even replace bariatric surgery, no doubt about it. But the cost of that in the United States per month today is 2.5 lakhs of rupees per month. 25 lakhs of rupees for one drug, okay? Even if they bring it at 10% of that cost, which is going to be very difficult, how are people going to afford it in India? Which means only the creamy layer, the top 5% of people are going to afford it. The rest are not going to afford it, okay? So how do we make these drugs affordable? If they are really game-changing and if they're going to be life-changing, how do we make it affordable to the common man? Are we going to give it free? Or are we going to give it subsidized? Or are we going to produce Indian generics which are much cheaper? Because the moment dapagliflozin came in generics, the SGLT2s went off. Until then, nobody could afford it. They'll say, a good drug, but we can't use it, So that is number one. Number two, it also goes to the devices. Now, if you take a type 1 diabetic child, the artificial pancreas which has come now, the insulin pump, is absolutely mind-blowing. I've never seen anything like it in 50 years. Fit it and that's it. You can do whatever you want. It will find out your blood sugar, give you the correct insulin. You don't have to do anything. Simply put in some carb count. Even if you don't put it, it will still do it. It's game-changing. It's about 6 lakhs per initial cost and about 20,000 rupees for recurrent cost. Every child with type 1 diabetes needs it now. And there are 2 lakh children with that in India. Who's going to pay for it? Who's going to get it? So can Indian industry, if we can send a rocket to the moon and that to the other side of the moon which nobody else has sent, Indian engineers cannot make the small thing which can give insulin to people. Don't tell me engineers don't do it. So engineers are separate, doctors are separate, pharma is separate. Each one is living in their own silos. We're not coming together for a common cause. Indian engineers are fantastic. Indian doctors fantastic. Indian pharma is fantastic. Okay, and the government should encourage all three to come together to produce a product. If it is 6 lakhs, produce it at 60,000 or 50,000. And if the monthly cost is 20,000, make it 1,000 rupees or 2,000 rupees. Then every Indian child can do it. And then if there are 2 lakh, if there are 10 industrialists come together and say we'll each put in 10 crores, 20 crores, the whole of India's type 1 diabetes is solved. Like that, every disease which needs such costly, there are cancers which cost crores of rupees to treat, monoclonal antibody. Who's going to afford it? 10 people in India can afford it. Okay, sure. So these are the things where we have to make in India, make it cheap and make it available. Keep the common man in mind always. Don't think of the rich 5% or 10%. You'll still get your profit. I'll also get my practice. I'll get my money. I'll get it. We're not solving the problem for India. Right. I think that is where we have to keep the country first and say that we are working towards a healthier India, healthier world. And when we do this in India, the whole world is ours. We gave vaccines to almost the whole world.
True.
The Indian vaccine you produced here was not only in India, 120 countries benefited from it. So whatever we do in India today, to the whole world there is a market. And there, fortune lies at the bottom of the pyramid. And that should be our aim. There is only way we can reach the whole country. Producing some costly, fancy stuff, which even if it works, is not going to solve India's problem.
That's right. So keep the country first. Keep the country as well as the patient first. That is the motto which you have taken from the panel discussion. Thank you, Professor Dr. Sunil Deshpande, for valuable insights and gracious presence here. Professor Dr. B. Mohan, Mr. Sushant Ravarane, and Dr. Srinath for being on the show. Thank you very much. It has been a pleasure talking with you and discussing these topics. With this, we come to the conclusion of this panel discussion. When we come back, we'll have a special talk from Professor Dr. Mukesh Batra after the lunch break. Thank you very much. Let's give him a huge round of applause then. Can we have the mementos, please? Special gift for this occasion. That was very difficult actually, yeah. All right, thank you. We'll be back with the lunch after.
Can I request you to please take the seats? We are shortly moving ahead with the agenda. So, a very good afternoon to all of you and welcome back. Actually, this is the post-lunch session and we had two eminent diabetologists today. So I would say that probably this is the post-prandial session. And you know what are the features of this post-prandial session. I'm sure those would be an exception, with respect to the next session that what we have. So the next session is by the eminent Padma Shri Dr. Mukesh Batra, the founder chairman emeritus of Dr. Batra's Healthcare. And the title of this session is Hahnemann's Homeopathy, more relevant today than ever. So I take pleasure in introducing Dr. Mukesh Batra to you, who is hailed as the father of Indian homeopathy. Padma Shri Dr. Mukesh Batra is a distinguished figure in the field of homeopathy, renowned for his pioneering contributions to modern homeopathic medicine. Born on July 1, 1951 in Mumbai, Dr. Batra founded Dr. Batra's group of companies which has grown into a global chain of homeopathy clinics. Dr. Batra is credited with revolutionizing homeopathy by introducing modern technology and standardization to homeopathic healthcare solutions. His clinics have treated over 1 million patients, including presidents, prime ministers, and prominent film personalities. Dr. Batra has been honored with numerous national and international awards, including the prestigious Padma Shri in 2012 for his contributions to homeopathic medicine. He is the first Asian homeopath to receive honorary fellowships from British and American professional institutions. His company also sponsors the annual Dr. Batra's Positive Health Awards to honor individuals who fight against disease and disability. Dr. Batra's clinics are present in multiple countries, including Dubai, Abu Dhabi, London, and Dhaka. He has introduced homeopathy in regions where alcohol-based medicines are prohibited on religious grounds. And his innovative approach to homeopathy has earned him global recognition and respect. In 2024, Dr. Batra was honored with Doctor of Letters honoris causa by Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences University for his exceptional contributions to society and medical accomplishments. Dr. Mukesh Batra's legacy is one of innovation, dedication, and a relentless pursuit of excellence in homeopathy, and his work continues to inspire and benefit millions around the world. I now request Dr. Satya Brahma also to please come, and also requesting Dr. Batra to please come onto the dais for your session. And before that, I would request Dr. Satya Brahma to present the memento as a mark of respect and gratitude to Dr. Mukesh Batra. Okay, we will felicitate Dr. Batra after his talk. Please, the dais is yours.
Thank you very much for the wonderful introduction. And I've known Satya for many, many years, and one reason I'm here is because of him. So thank you for having me. And Satya always does with the very difficult thing with me. He'll always give me a post-lunch session so that, I know that everybody is awake or asleep, and I have to actually speak well. And he'll always give me a difficult topic. I don't know from where he chooses the topics, but he always tries to, kind of tickle my brains and my gray cells, including the white ones which are left, to make sure that I get intellectually stimulated. So thank you very much for this, and it was really wonderful to have also heard some of the talks earlier before lunch. They were very, very stimulating, and I'm very happy that I could be part of it, and listen to them. So first of all, good evening to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, and my heartiest congratulations to all the awardees. Let me start by telling you a little story. Imagine being a doctor in the late 18th century when medicine often did more harm than good. A doctor named Samuel Hahnemann derived compassion, and scientific curiosity challenged chaos and laid the foundation for a new medical philosophy, homeopathy. Bloodletting was the treatment of choice during his time, as it was believed that sickness and disease came from impure blood. Many people died from this, a clear example of the cure being worse than the disease. Mental health patients were flogged to get spirits to leave their bodies. In spite of being an MD from the Leipzig University of Germany, Hahnemann gave up his practice and lived in absolute poverty, but continued his belief in discovering a new system of medicine, homeopathy. Hahnemann's story inspires perseverance and faith in one's convictions. In spite of its evolution through archaic times, homeopathy today is more relevant than ever before. I will enumerate just a few points to justify this. In over 250 years of its existence, homeopathy today is legally recognized in over 160 countries of the world, and according to World Health Organization, it is the second largest system of the world. Its popularity today is ever increasing due to some of the following reasons, and I'm just going to talk a little bit about them just to put it in perspective on how relative Hahnemann's legacy is in today's world. So the first thing that I want to mention is there's a saying which says that, there's a pill for every ill, but then every pill has an ill. For example, non-steroid anti-inflammatory drugs, commonly known as NSAIDs, often induce gastrointestinal problems, kidney damage, and cardiovascular risks. Over 30 million individuals use NSAIDs in India alone every day. Painkillers mask pain without addressing the root problem, potentially delaying necessary medical care. Drug-induced disorders are now medically called iatrogenic disorders and kill 290 people every day in America alone. This is equivalent to a plane crash. Can you imagine if a plane was to crash? It would make world news. But today nobody talks about it. So creating awareness for kind of drug-induced disorders and finding safer systems of medicine like homeopathy is actually the order of the day. Similarly, the other problem today is AMR. We talk of antimicrobial resistance, and this really happens because a lot of people actually self-prescribe treatments and they overprescribe antibiotics, and therefore when it really should work, it does not work because you build resistance to it. Just to put it into perspective, research has shown that 66% of the Indian population self-medicate. So really your friendly neighborhood doctor is not your friendly neighborhood doctor, but it's really your friendly neighborhood pharmacist who sends you medicine on VFast and then you get it within the next few minutes. And that's how you treat yourself today. But when you do this and when you start using even medicines which you're not supposed to use and self-treat yourself, you actually build resistance. And when you actually need the medicine, it doesn't work. The two groups of people which actually fall into this are obviously children and the older age groups. So because they have lowered immunity, when they actually fall sick, particularly of respiratory problems, you find that the antibiotic which should work actually does not work. Research has shown that over 297,000 people die from drug-resistant bacteria every year. A ResearchGate study suggests that homeopathy is an effective alternative to antibiotics if used in the early stages of infection. The second point that I want to make about the relevance of homeopathy today is the increase of lifestyle disorders. So earlier, you used to have one single cause like a bacteria or a virus which used to cause problems, and these would actually cause communicable disorders. And communicable disorders could then be treated with antibiotics or with medicines, chemical medicines as well, and they were very effective for that. Today what's happened is that the cause is not single, but it is multiple. And lifestyle diseases come not just from a single cause, but from multiple causes. And therefore, unless you kind of take holistic medicine and change all these causes, you cannot actually effect a change in them. So let me talk about a little bit about National Health Mission, which has actually said that India has now moved from communicable disorders to non-communicable disorders. And there are 4.1 million people who die every year in India alone of non-communicable disorders. A 223 review found that homeopathic medicines often matched or surpassed conventional treatments in effectiveness, especially for chronic conditions, when being more economical in long-term care. I will mention here just two diseases which are very common in NCDs: diabetes, which was spoken about earlier, and hypertension. India has 61 million individuals who live with diabetes, and this is not really counting pre-diabetic, and then it's supposed to go up to 100 million by 2030. The world of adults aged between 20 to 79 has 10.5% of people who are diabetic. This actually numbers to 537 million people who are diabetic in the world. The number of adults with diabetes will increase to 643 million by 2030 and 783 million by 2045. A study in Athens showed a 55% success rate with homeopathic treatment alone, and this is all clinical research done, and an 82% success rate with a combination of homeopathy and allopathic medications, a 27% increase in efficacy. So this actually shows that integrated medicine in lifestyle problems can actually become very, very effective, and people should start looking at it as well. I now come to hypertension. The National Family Health Survey said that 24% of men and 21% of women in India have high blood pressure. The average monthly cost of treating hypertension in a primary healthcare clinic is 1 crore every year. This can be saved by using a cost-effective system of medicine like homeopathy. All over the world, 1.2 billion adults aged 30 and 79 suffer from hypertension. This is more than 30% of the adult population worldwide. The average total cost of hypertension per person across all countries is $630. Effective blood pressure management could save $100 billion every year in global healthcare costs. And this is again where alternative systems of medicine like homeopathy and safer systems of medicine can actually become very useful. A Sage journal reports Viscum album, mother tincture, homeopathic medicine, as a potential antihypertensive with dual effects, administered 10 drops 3 times a day for 12 weeks. Another research at the National Center of Biotechnology Information Study found that homeopathy could improve the quality of life in patients with essential hypertension compared to conventional drugs. The third thing that I want to mention today regarding relevance of homeopathy is immunity. Now, you know that we all think that immunity has become a very, very buzzword, especially after COVID, because everybody said that if your immunity is high, then you don't get COVID, you can recover quickly. If your immunity is low, then you're likely to succumb. So building immunity is a new buzzword, but, Hahnemann actually said that there's something called vital force, which is similar to immunity. So he said if your vital force is low and poor, then you will be susceptible to disorder. So what homeopathy does is it tries to increase the vital force, which really means tries to bring your internal immunity up so that outside circumstances of whatever you are exposed to do not make you sick. Homeopathy has been clinically proven to increase immunity, especially in children. A recent research published in the national media showed that children who were given homeopathy experienced fewer sick days over 24 months. The research showed that homeopathy was better than allopathy for children under 2 years of age. The final point that I want to bring in terms of relevance of homeopathy today is mental health. In India alone, 60 to 70 million people grapple with mental health disorders. 47% of Indian workers said they experienced stress at work, financial difficulties, unstable employment, high-pressure work situations all greatly add to this mental strain. Homeopathy focuses on identifying the root cause of health issues rather than just addressing symptoms. By incorporating the correct remedy tailored to an individual's constitution, mental state, and lifestyle, it aims to restore mental and physical balance. A research showed that a prospective, non-comparative, open-label observational study carried out in October 25 2005 to September 2010, over a 5-year period, by the Central Council of Research in Homeopathy, showed significant benefits in depressive episodes with 6 months of homeopathic treatment for mood disorders. In spite of its criticism from mainstream medicine and the need for robust research and evidence, homeopathy is the medicine of the future. It was Rudolf Virchow who said, "Medicine is not only a science, it is also an art. It does not consist of compounding pills and plasters. It deals with the very processes of life." And who better than Hahnemann taught us this more than 250 years ago? The science of homeopathy that deals with the individual and not just the disease. Let us carry forward Hahnemann's torch of healing for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this very vital insights into homeopathy, and I'm sure it has given a lot of clarity as well as insights into what exactly homeopathy can do. And you have brought out the importance with respect to the quality of life, with respect to the immunity, and also very important area which is mental health. And one statement that what you made really caught my attention is that it deals with the individual and not with the disease or the disorder. I think that's something which differentiates homeopathy with respect to the other systems. I now request Dr. Satya to please come on the stage and felicitate Dr. Mukesh Batra as a token of gratitude and respect.
If there is one person who changed the landscape of homeopathy in India, if any practitioner in homeopathy who brought acclaim worldwide, it is none other than Padma Shri Dr. Mukesh Batra. So let's give him a huge round of applause. He doesn't normally come to any programs, but as he told, he's fond of me. So when I call him, so he comes, but this time I had to give him 2-3 dates. Then after 2-3 dates, he picked up one dress and I chose that dress actually. Can you have, yes. Sir, you stand here, just. So here is some special announcement over here. We have 4 special guests actually who have come over here. One from the Thailand consulate would like to honor you for this prestigious program when you have come over here. India is a land of opportunities. You have seen the culture, the rich heritage we have. So it's my great pleasure to call you on the stage. Natta Sudha actually, Metta Prasada, please come here. We would like to actually honor you. She is the Honorable Consulate of Thailand over here actually. She found time to come over here. Let's give her a huge round of applause. You come on the stage. Sir, you give it. You give it to me. Thank you very much. Yeah. Then I call upon stage Chomapeta, please come here. It's a special recognition, sir, sister here. Okay, you keep it. Thank you very much. and two extraordinary individuals who has made India proud, the management professionals. I call upon stage Mr. Ravi Dixit. Please come here as a special. He's India's Olympic Asian champion. Let's give a huge round of applause for him actually. Great to see you over here. You have made India proud actually. Congratulations, thank you. And the last not but least, I call upon stage Mr. Deepak Rao, one of the prominent personality who has presence in 40 countries and is a corporate coach and a prominent leader in his own right. It's my great privilege to invite you on the stage as a token of appreciation. I'm very thankful to you, sir. Thank you, Maris, thank you. Sir, we'll sit, we'll start the nomination, then I will escort you. अभी गुहा साहब नहीं है तो आपको नाम पे बुलाऊंगा मैं.
We now move ahead with the 16th Annual Healthcare Leadership Super Brand Awards Presentation Ceremony 2024. And we have awards in various categories. Let us start straightway to the first award. Before we actually begin, I would request the AV for the nominations, please.
In a spectacular blend of anticipation and excitement, Pharma Leaders, the global healthcare media communication brand of Network 7 Media Group, proudly announces the nominations for the much-awaited 16th Annual Pharma Leaders Healthcare Super Brand Awards 2024. As we stand on the brink of another remarkable year in healthcare, Pharma Leaders Healthcare Super Brand Awards are set to honor the visionaries and innovators whose relentless dedication has propelled the industry forward. This prestigious event will shine a spotlight on the trailblazers who have made significant strides in advancing medical science, enhancing patient care, and setting new benchmarks in the healthcare sector. With a commitment to recognizing excellence, the awards aim to inspire continued innovation and drive the future of healthcare. Join us in celebrating the leaders who are not only shaping the present but also crafting the future of global healthcare. Speaking on this, Dr. Satya Brahma, the founder chairman and editor-in-chief of Network 7 Media Group, said, Pharma Leaders' research findings are often cited at various credible places, and the annual awards are most awaited, prestigious, coveted, and credible healthcare leadership awards conferred to the trendsetters and path-breaking companies. Unlike other companies, Pharma Leaders refuses to follow the traditional approach in reaching out to the final rankings based on false and ambiguous reports which deny the high-performing companies, though small but rich in innovative practices and often ignored by the mainstream media and lost out to the biggies. The robust selection process at Pharma Leaders Awards are a year-long process where only innovations and out-of-box ideas triumph. Ladies and gentlemen, The Pharma Leaders Annual Awards are renowned for their exceptional nature, distinguishing themselves through a meticulous and comprehensive selection process. From the initial shortlisting of 6 nominees to the final screening, the awards involve extensive research and close interactions with industry leaders, ensuring the highest standards of evaluation. This rigorous methodology not only maintains the integrity of the awards, but also reflects the dynamic and competitive spirit of the healthcare industry. Unique to the Pharma Leaders Healthcare Super Brand Awards is their innovative approach, transcending traditional norms with a bespoke set of criteria and rules. This dedication to excellence ensures that only the most deserving candidates, those who have made outstanding contributions to the healthcare industry, are recognized. By constantly evolving and adapting their selection process, the awards remain at the forefront of the industry, promoting continuous improvement and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, this distinctive approach sets a new benchmark for excellence in the pharmaceutical and healthcare sectors. By shining a spotlight on the achievements of the winners, the awards not only celebrate individual success but also inspire others within the industry to strive for higher standards. This commitment to highlighting true excellence and innovation ensures that the Pharma Leaders Annual Awards continue to be a symbol of prestige and a catalyst for progress in the pharmaceutical and healthcare industries. And here are the nominations for the prestigious and iconic Healthcare Super Brand Awards from Pharma Leaders 2024.
So the first award I would request Dr. Mukesh Batra to please come on the dais. The first award is the Indian of the Year, Diabetes and Endocrinology.
Indian of the Year, Diabetes and Endocrinology. And the winner is Dr. Vishwanathan Mohan, Chairman and Chief Diabetologist, Dr. Mohan's Diabetes Specialty Center.
Can I request Dr. Mohan to please come on the dais?
In showing you the biography which is written,
Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
yeah, product. I request the living legend to speak few words. I can't let you go like this. I'll just carry it here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm overwhelmed and very, very humbled to receive this award, particularly since it's come from such a prestigious organization and from my good friend, Dr. Satya Brahma. I have been here for some of the earlier awards, and I know how sincerely he does this, and he doesn't do it with any particular purpose or particular vision or anything. He just does it for the love of it, for the love of the passion that he has for the profession. So thank you very much. Among all the great diabetologists country, to be recognized is a great honor, and particularly great honor to, for the first time, to meet Dr. Mukesh Batra, about whom I've heard so much. I wish to sincerely thank all of you for your presence here today, and wish all of you the very best, and of course all the best to Dr. Satya Brahma to
Thank
keep
you very
continuing to honor doctors who have contributed to healthcare in India. Thank you very much.
Moving on, we have the second award coming around, and this award is pertaining to India's most respected pharmaceutical company by medical professionals 2024.
India's most respected pharmaceutical company by medical professionals 2024, and the nominees are Glenmark Pharmaceuticals Limited, Divi's Laboratories Limited, Zuventus Healthcare Limited, Ipca Laboratories Limited, Cadila Pharmaceuticals Limited, Intas Pharmaceuticals Limited.
And the winner is
Number 3, Zuventus Healthcare Limited.
I request Mr. Sriram Balasubramaniam to come on the stage along with his colleague. He is the founder member, Mr. Sudeep Roy. Yes, very good. Please have it, sir. Please carry this, please carry this. Good. Congratulations. Say my good wishes to Kuwa Saab. Thank you.
Mr. Roy, would you like to say a few words?
On behalf of Zuventus, I'm really honored to receive this award, and particularly the category where medical professionals have recognized as one of the favorites, and we've strived to do that not only through products or that we give, but the way we coach our people. My Vice President HR, Mr. Sudeep Raj, makes it a point to see that every person in the organization is customer-centric, so that they understand the needs of the customers, and being in a very science-driven industry, it is a balance between trying to sell science as well as trying to remain humane and available to the customers. I think that's what has made us successful. I'm thanks that the research has thrown up this particular point. Yes, sir, we're 2,600. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
At the number 3 position, let's move ahead. The award is India's most innovative pharmaceutical company in patient care management 2024.
India's most innovative pharmaceutical company in patient care management 2024, and the nominees are Jubilant Pharmova Limited, Fredon Pharmaceuticals Limited, Jackson Paul Pharmaceuticals Limited, Bal Pharma Limited, Orchid Pharma Limited, Beta Drugs Limited.
The winner is, in this case, number 2, Fredon Pharmaceuticals Limited. Can we have a big round of applause, please? Yeah, let's move ahead. And the next award is Most Valuable and Admired Enterprise in Temperature Controlled Logistics Supply Chain. Can we have the nominations, please?
Most Valuable and Admired Enterprise in Temperature Controlled Logistics Supply Chain 2024. And the nominees are Cryo PDP, Daxer, Nordic Cold Chain Solutions, Renus Logistics, FedEx, UPS Healthcare.
And the winner is, in this case, number 1, Cryo OPDP.
May I request Mr. Girish to come on the stage and receive it actually.
Congratulations to the team Cryo PDP. Moving on, at the number 5, the award is for the most valuable and trusted Center of Excellence in Diabetes and Endocrinology 2024. Can we have the nominations, please?
Most Valuable and Trusted Center of Excellence in Diabetes and Endocrinology 2024. And the nominees are Dr. V. Balaji Diabetes Care and Research Institute, Dr. Vishal Gupta's VG Advantage, Professor M. Vishwanathan Diabetes Research Center, American Institute of Diabetes and Endocrinology, Park Endocrinology, Dr. A. Ramachandran's Diabetes Hospitals.
This award goes to Dr. Vishal Gupta's VG Advantage.
So Dr. Vishal Gupta is one of the top diabetologists in the country. He sees around 40 patients, around nearly finished around 15,000 patients. And you're setting up your branches everywhere now. So wish you all the best, and you're also venturing into something very innovative, which we'll come to know later on. Congratulations, yeah. Thank you. Please come.
Dr. Gupta, would you like to share your thoughts? Let's move ahead. At the number 6, we have the awards for India's Most Valuable Pharma API Company of the Year 2024. Nominations, please.
India's most valuable pharma API Company of the Year 2024. And the nominees are Nakoda Chemicals Limited, Array Drugs and Pharmaceuticals Limited, Noore Chemicals Private Limited, Proventus Life Sciences Private Limited, Morpen Laboratories Limited, Blue Jet Healthcare Limited.
And the winner is number 1, Nakoda Chemicals Limited.
Displayed in the nomination process review, we don't look at revenue or the size of the company. We look at how the company has performed under the difficult situations and has been able to do so by their own way actually. I think around 40 countries were supplying for these drugs around 90 countries. This is the way actually they've got it. Many congratulations, yeah.
Can we have a round of applause, please? Congratulations, Team Nakoda. The next award is for the Change Agent Innovative Woman Business Leader of the Year 2024. Nominations, please.
Change Agent Innovative Women Business Leader of the Year 2024. And the nominees are Dr. Nirali Padia, Co-founder and Director, Octavius Pharma Private Limited; Ms. Sandra Saldanha, Whole-time Director, Mark Sands Pharma Limited; Dr. Satya Vadlamani, CMD, Murli Krishna Pharma Private Limited; Ms. Neha Thakur, Director, Avik Pharmaceuticals Limited; Ms. Sindhuja Reddy, Director, MSN Group; Ms. Samita Iyer, Director, Somatico Pharma Cal Private Limited.
And the winner is Dr. Satya Vadlamani, Chairperson and MD, Murli Krishna Pharma Private Limited.
I request Krishna, Anita also please come on the stage. Okay, all right. Yeah.
Congratulations. The next award is for India's most trusted and valuable and technology-driven patient-centric dialysis center 2024. Nominations, please.
India's most trusted and valuable and technology-driven patient-centric dialysis center 2024. And the nominees are DC Kidney Care, Apex Kidney Care Private Limited, Fresenius Medical Care, Nephro Plus, The Renal Project, SAP Kidney Center, SAP Kidney Center.
And this award goes to Apex Kidney Care Private Limited.
I request Mr. Indranil, to come on the stage along with the team.
Can we have a round of applause, please, for Apex Kidney Care? Congratulations. Moving on, the next award is for the Pharma Logistics Leader in Supply Chain Transformation and Technological Innovation 2024. Nominations, please.
Pharma Logistics Leader in Supply Chain Transformation and Technological Innovation 2024. And the nominees are Skites Pharma Private Limited, DHL Life Sciences and Healthcare, UPS Healthcare, Sencora World Courier, Celsius Logistics Solutions, Scorpion Group.
And this award goes to number 1, Skites Pharma Private Limited.
I request Mr. Rohan Shah to come on the stage. He's not come here. Not maybe. Okay, okay, please.
So at the 10th position, the award is for India's most promising and fastest growing healthcare enterprise 2024. Nominations, please.
India's most promising and fastest growing healthcare enterprise 2024. And the nominees are Integrace Health, Blisson, Converge Biotech Private Limited, MedCell Pharma, Humano Healthcare Private Limited, Kepler Healthcare Private Limited.
And the award goes to Blisson.
May I request Mr. Tushar Mehta along with the team to come on the stage and get it. Blisson Healthcare, as per our market research, suggested that they've made a 100 crore company in a period of less than around 6 to 7 years. And a leader in women's healthcare, obs and gynec, as well as in orthopedic segments.
Congratulations. The next award is for India's most trusted and valuable pharmaceutical company in CRAMS 2024. Nominations.
India's most trusted and valuable pharmaceutical company in CRAMS 2024. And the nominees are Dishman Carbogen Amsys Limited, Xeon Life Sciences Limited, Tirupati Medicare Limited, Symbio Generics India Private Limited, Prakriti Life Science Private Limited, Sane Medicaments Private Limited.
And the award goes to Symbiogenerics India Private Limited.
May I request Mr. Salim Sheikh to come on the stage and receive this coveted honor. Mr. Salim Sheikh founded this company and is from Biocon and is made it big. Today you are present in how many countries? So, more than 32 countries. Many congratulations for this coveted honor.
We move on to the next award, which is for India's most technically and scientifically advanced pharmaceutical manufacturing company of the year 2024. Nominations, please.
India's most technically and scientifically advanced pharmaceutical manufacturing company of the year 2024. And the winner is Micro Labs Limited.
Stage and get this coveted honor. That is, how many manufacturing plants with US FDA you have? 12 manufacturing plants with US FDA. 11 of them. And how many countries you are present? Yes. They are the one who produced this medicine called Dolo. So the market leader in Dolo actually. So when I took interview with Dilip Surana, so he told me that Dolo is something everybody talks about. So we are very proud and it's a privilege for you. Fantastic. Please come on the stage here.
Can we have a huge round of applause, please? The next award is for India's most trusted and prescribed cosmetic dermatology brand 2024.
India's most trusted and prescribed cosmetic dermatology brand 2024. And the winner is Glutone Adroit Biomed Limited.
Yes, Mrs. Sushant Ravarane, co-founder and director, along with the team members to come and receive the award. They made a business of around 70 crore and the cheap and the best product of this thing, where you get 50% I think from Glutone, right? So it comes from the e-commerce market as well as from the ethical prescription actually. What is your expectation in 2025 you're looking at? 100 crore? And how many are you present in Pan India? Very good. Many congratulations. think last but not the least, but I had to come on the stage because the award is going to a person who is not only bridging the gap between industry and academia, but also giving management lectures to the thousands of students. Someone who has worked in the pharmaceutical industry for a long time and has been a catalyst of change. A management professor in his own right. The award goes to Professor Dr. Sunil Deshpande. Can we have the AV, please?
Pharma Leaders, Pharma Professional of the Year 2024. And the winner is Professor Dr. Sunil Deshpande, Program Head, Pharmaceutical Management, IES Management College and Research Center. I
request now Dr. Deshpande to come on stage. It's a tribute to your long career, 35 years. How many years? 34 years of, in the industry. Huge achievement. Last award. Okay, now the special recognition for the people who have stood by me for the longest possible time. I would like to invite the Managing Director of Creative Awards and Rewards, Mr. Prashant Kalbak, on stage to get a special memento who has made all these beautiful trophies for all of us. And someone who has been with me for the last 2 decades, right? How many years? Absolutely. 20 years. 20 years. Very good. Please come.
Prashant Kalbak from Creative Awards and Rewards. Now 20 years I've known Satya, over 20 years. So we call each other no doctor and all, just Satya.
Yes.
And the relationships he has with all the pharma people here is something to really be gung-ho about. So congrats again to Dr. Satya and to this great forum. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. And to someone very special who is my very dear friend of mine, who has this innovative approach of packaging solutions for the printing industry, the Managing Director of Print and Pack, Mr. Jitesh Agrawal, on stage, please. Anybody can come on behalf of Mr. Jitesh, please. Not a question. And the last but not the least, this person also has been with me for the last 2 decades because of the relationship we maintained. So whatever the setup and everything you are seeing, Mr. Ryan Dimart, the Managing Director of Stagecraft, I don't know whether he's not there, but I would like to call Nishant on the stage to receive this one for all these wonderful arrangements that you have made. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with this we come to the concluding part of this award presentation ceremony. So who says India is not shining? India is shining better. Look at the people who are receiving awards on their own way, the innovations they are doing it. Sometimes when I speak to these people, we have done an extensive market research, and everybody would have known that I physically interviewed these people. And I've known one thing common in all these people who have received these awards, whether it is an enterprise or the innovations. These companies and enterprises have maintained their own standard, the ethical standard of their own. And they have made India proud. Many rigorous processes they followed, and that is why they have been recognized here. It took me around 3 months of time to judge these people with a team, and finally we came to the conclusion who are getting this award. You would have seen the big names and the small names, but we only award those companies who have made actually very big actually. There are no other considerations. We only go by innovation part of it. If somebody does innovations, they get recognized at the Pharma Leaders platform. Because at Pharma Leaders, I sincerely believe that we don't follow any strict guidelines. We don't follow any rules and regulations. And we follow only the instincts and the approach that we follow, the selection methodology that we follow, and the kind of approach that we do while selecting the winner. So congratulations to all the award winners, and thank you for coming over here. See you next year, next time, with yet another theme, and we all will shine. Thank you very much for coming over here. Thank you then. Thank you, sir, for making this afternoon very bright. Thank you very much. Would you like to speak a few words here? Okay, it's okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you.